walking three paths from three walks of life. Three strangers were drawn together during an investigation initiated by the Court of Whispers. Obsidian, the dread necromancer, a skilled mortician and shepherd of the dead. Silaster, the snow elf assassin, a deadly warrior from a mysterious culture. And Ansel, the knave of the sickle moons, and the gods know what else. Swiftstone the dwarf bid them learn why Dominion Farsight agents were monitoring magical activity around the Brightgate, the ancient destination of the Azamar that came to rule Mainrealm in the days of old. Discovering that the Feast of Welcome was intended as a ritual to invite the cataclysmic hunger, the travelers were nearly murdered by a vicious cult of jaded followers of Alona known as Savage Doom. Fanatics adorned in horrifying animal costumes, all praising the mysterious Father Wolf. The massacre they enacted connected with the mysterious portal that welcomed a single traveler. A Gith arrived from the Astral Sea, attacking the travelers before fleeing. An uprising of savage doom gripped the region of the Arrowhead. The conflict came to a head when the newly named adventuring group, the Strangers, faced Father Wolf in the ancient convent and the Horizon Walker outpost. They learned his true identity as Daryk Redhaven, a vampire that had been resident in Orenthale for many years. With the help of clerics of Elona, Erin and Rowan, they managed to escape from the clutches of Father Wolf. Now knowing he goes by many names, not only Redhaven, but the Bloodfather and Lord Nemorator. Within the Valley of the Prophet, accompanied by their new companion Brigid of Whist, the strangers found the Sanctum of Sight. Confronted again by the Gith known as Kidos, they learned that he was in fact driven to this world by the hunger to find refuge for his people. An entity known only as Omen Lord spoke prophecy of the coming four omens that would signal the arrival of the Knights of the Apocalypse. Harbingers of the hunger, their arrival would trigger the beginning of the end times. I am known as Omen Lord. I walk before the storm. I herald the times of change. I am an ambassador of the most terrible power, a power that seeks to arrive here. I am its voice. The strangers' continued adventures led them with Brigid, Kidos, and Gao, son of Gower, to the capital city of Valdenor, in the wake of old King Dectus' death. It was learned that Obsidian, real name Bogram Graves, has a family and has long served as a mortician and gravekeeper in the city. In this capacity, his services were once again requested by Swiftstone and the Court of Whispers to learn the truth of the king's demise. They became embroiled in a necromantic conspiracy, learning that the royal death and many within the city had been pushed past the threshold of death by the withering force of the Fugue Prism, a powerful phylactery capable of containing untold numbers of souls, and able to convert magic and light to the purposes of its master, Lord Nemorator. The vampire's puppet in the royal ranks, first voice to the king, Apophis, used the dark magic plaguing the city as excuse enough to summon the watch of St. Cuthbert. The fanatics soon took matters into their own hands, ordering Overwatch, a city-wide coup taking full control of the city. The strangers led the response, defeating the watch that had persecuted Obsidian and his family. The cost of returning the Fugue Prism into the hands of the Sanguine Sisters, devoted servants of the vampire. The city saved, Prince Vrandon returned from war to be crowned, and to take his scale. A red scale, alluding to the kind of future he will bring as king. He rewarded the strangers for their services, but exiled them for committing and being connected to acts of necromancy. Pursuing the last surviving sanguine sister across the land of Orenthale, the strangers have now battled their way through Castle Redhaven, all in the hopes of reaching the Hollow Descent in time before Daryk is able to harness the power of the Fugue Moon to blot out the sky and engineer the first omen. All that the Night of Shadow may arrive early upon the mortal world. It is within the Hollow Descent. They faced many trials. What happened previously on Knights of the Apocalypse?
Bum, 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 bum.
Excellent recap, Rob. I love that.
Yeah, very good.
I also particularly enjoyed the fact that Grin didn't get a look in. Sly bastard.
That's a good point.
Nice.
That's to cut some stuff.
But anyway, last session we finished off the 5 Night Spawn that were pursuing us into the depths of the descent, which was a nice sort of different fight to the previous fights we've had with Night Spawn.
Yes,
A little differently.
definitely proved to ourselves as a group that we have the ability to beat them, having moved on a little bit from the last time when just one on his own sort of wiped the floor with us a little bit. We now beat a whole bunch of them, and we have improved.
And hardly any of us jumped into the
Any
chasm.
Hardly leapt in.
I mean, a third of us isn't a lot, is it? Just 1 out of 3 is not too many.
Didn't happen.
He survived it. It's fine.
I remember so long ago. I don't remember.
You've not had enough sleep since then. Anyway, we continued down into the descent. We went past a chain of mirrors and through into what we assumed correctly was the first chamber of the... not written that down, wait.
Well, it was the trials of the descent where was
That's
mentioned that. We didn't make a huge point of it, but yes, it was known as the trials of the descent, yes.
Yes, and there was an inscription which said, "Spill the blood of the foe, through the seal their life must flow." And what did we find in the room?
Well, there were 2 beings we didn't recognise, locked in cells opposite each other. Halflings? Were they halflings? They looked like halflings, as I recall.
They were disguised as halflings, weren't they?
Yes. And they looked pretty harmless, but they were locked in these cells. We didn't know what that was all about, but we did detect some magic on them. Eventually sort of figured out that they weren't halflings. They were... we weren't 100% sure what type of beings they were. We just knew that they were sort of celestial-y type beings, and that they were more powerful than they appeared, and that they were nemesis.
Nemesis.
Nemesis. And that we were to release them and make them fight, which we released them and made them fight. Let them fight. And they were, it turns out, angels. Who were angels. Very, very powerful mega beings. That after they killed, well, sort of, one of them killed the other one, and all the blood.
One really had a bit of an advantage over the other for some reason, didn't he? Kind of wiped the floor. 7 shades of shit out of it.
It was just his lucky day, it would seem.
Which would have been okay had he not then turned his attention to us.
Yes.
Yes.
We gained his ire, and we were in danger. But then Silaster pulled off the mega move. Just the most epic thing he's done, I think, so far. That was just friggin' amazing. Go on, Silas. You say what you did. Tell him what you did.
He grabbed the Archon. He quite simply he threw the Archon back into his cell, and then kind of kicked the lever, dropping the portcullis back, trapping him indefinitely, and then also incurring the ire and the wrath of that particular creature as well.
Absolutely. If he ever catches you in the future, he's going to eradicate you. But for now, you say through. You absolutely launched him back into his cell before he could even attack us. Just without thinking, you launched him back in. It was epic. Truly,
it was good.
But then we were free to move on to the next chamber.
Yes, a whole bunch of coffins and reliefs to the hunger and what appeared to be some missing skulls. And in exploring one of the rooms, we found what appeared to be a pathway, but completely full to the brim of cloud kill. But with some convenient dispelling from obsidian, some quick teleporting from Ansel, didn't take long to overcome that trial, albeit at the cost of one of Obsidian's faithful servants, who got yeeted into the air.
Yeah,
in
just
a slight oversight. Like, oh, it'll be easy. Just send a skeleton down there.
Yeah, just send a summon. It's all good. Oh wait, the summon can't actually dodge any of the traps. Just.
I imagined it as sort of like a comic, the kind of like comic spring from Acme. Just that one.
Yeah. Then it did the little up. Yeah, for sure. It was quite funny. Yeeted absolutely off into the abyss. But yeah, we got the first skull through teleporting and dispelling, and
smart.
Sort of we worked our way around the problem a little bit there, which I think was pretty good.
The second skull, the first one,
harder,
being in the previous room with the angels.
Oh yeah.
But then into the fourth room,
the middle world.
The middle world.
Look at
With
them
them
shine.
shine.
Well, Ansel, it seems fitting.
We were accosted by
Pigs.
Pigs. Were they called nightmare beasts? Is that?
Yeah, well, they were
beasts,
nightmare
but I thought they
spawn,
looked like
which
pigs.
are offspring of a far more powerful monster, shall we say, a monster of a challenge rating significantly beyond you. So these are sort of like the offspring of such a creature, the nightmare swine.
Crossbreed.
beset you. Yes, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, and even in their significantly lesser state, that was not a challenge rating quite as far beyond us, they still absolutely flattened Obsidian in almost one move.
Nuts.
Broke every one of his ribs, I think.
Yeah.
And he just about survived. But we did all right. We held our own against them for a few rounds before.
Luckily, we discovered that if we killed one, the reflection version of it would also die, so we were doubling up on kills, which was useful. And then the final one, the sort of boss pig.
boss hog. You have to say
boss hog. Sorry, the boss hog. That was an oversight on my part.
Yeah, love you too, boss hog.
Boss hog.
Anyway, it retreated into the mirror, presumably to leap back out of a different one to attack us and catch us unaware. But Ansel tried and successfully managed to chase it through the mirror into the real mirror world, where he butchered it and
yes, he did.
Returned to the room somewhat different. As the others noted, he seemed different, and his eyes now were reflective like mirrors themselves, which is an uncomfortable
What's the
uncomfortable
next?
sight, I imagine.
What's the next evolution of Ansel called?
Good question. I should have thought of that. Everyone knows
Yeah.
that when you get a new
Yeah,
form, you have
yeah.
to change name.
It ends in something chew or something.
The suffix or
Cesard.
prefix stays the same. One of them does.
And Cesard.
That's
Ugh, it's not very good. No, I don't like that.
Yes, but the
Yeah,
nightmare
it's all
swine were
funky.
defeated. The last sort of image of them was Silastra and Obsidian watched. Well, more Silastra. Obsidian was paced on the floor, but you watched
He
as
was just trying to heal himself.
the mirrors
and
all
breathe.
shattered. But like as they were breaking one by one, like Silastra watched Ansel and this thing fight from one point to the other until Ansel emerged as this creature. And revealing not only one golden skull, but another, its reflection, meaning that you had now collected the 4 remaining, and you were able to put them onto the coffins that gave a message.
In the right places. First try. Boom.
Yeah, easy.
Out. No probs. Took no time at all. And the next door opened, and we descended for quite a way down a staircase, a very long way, right to the very bottom.
Taking some convenient
accessible
precautions
bottom.
on the way.
Notices.
Drinking potions, casting spells.
Yeah, we did
Hopefully now after a significant break you still recall what those effects were.
Yeah.
Thanks, Excel.
Yeah.
But then
Well, I didn't really do all that much as far as that sort of thing. I had a couple of potions that were on long term, so yeah.
Then after long last, the journey that you have been upon for a long time now feels like it is drawn fully to a close, as at the very, very, very deepest, darkest part of the Hollow Descent, you found an almost frame-like platform evoking the shape of the mirrors that you've been following all the way down here, and upon it stood the vampire himself, Daryk Redhaven.
And he made us an offer we couldn't refuse, or tried to.
Exactly.
He
said
chatted to us
together.
and... Sorry.
Well, I'm just going to give it word for word, because the last thing he of course said that all this time he's really been engineering an omen to happen 1 year early from it happening regardless. All to bring about an attack of opportunity, as he deemed it. To have the Knight of Shadow arrive upon the plane of Main Realm without the amassed armies of the Hunger that he's alluded to, where it would be vulnerable to an attack. It would be arriving unprepared. And he revealed that slaying a Knight of the Apocalypse, not only defeats the entity, but initiates a transference whereby the person or entity that beats it takes on its mantle. There will always be a Knight of the Apocalypse. And that is when he said, "Together we are 4. Together we can be the new Knights of the Apocalypse." And that is where we return to our story. The final chapter of this first story. Daryk Redhaven stands there, his arm outstretched in a gesture, beckoning you to join him. The pause rings out a deafening silence across the Hollow Descent. And he continues, "Will you join me to battle the Knight of Shadow and take their power for ourselves? Oft the cards favour the house, but today the final gambit lies with the three of you. A last decision before the end times. Stranger's choice. What do you do?
What a decision. Who wants to go first?
I mean, Silasta's looking at the two of you, but why don't we roll for it?
Roll for conversational initiative.
Roll for conversational initiative if that's actually what you'd like to do, by all means.
Yeah, that's actually quite
That's a good way to do it.
Because I don't want to step on anyone's toes if anyone's thought about what they want to do or say.
Well, this is it. There has been no discussion since the many weeks that
No.
have passed since the cliffhanger where this decision was laid before the feet of the strangers. I am reliably confident that neither of you have had a conversation out of game about this. So this is going to be really interesting to see which way we go. So by all means, this will not be the battle initiative if battle does come into fruition. If that does happen, we will roll initiative again for that. So this is solely initiative to see who goes first in this conversation. If you wish to, you can of course choose to delay if you wish. But yeah, with that said, roll.
Are we just doing flat d20s? We don't want to add
Yeah.
any
Oh god,
podcasts,
yeah,
conversation.
That's probably a good
Conversation
idea,
break.
yeah. A flat D20 roll to see who goes first. So 5
Well,
from
it ain't
Obsidian,
me.
17 from Silaster, 19 from Ansel. So our vision falls upon Ansel. You're looking across this vast platform, checkered red and black and grey, hanging above this abyss, swaying slightly on those chains. The silence is deafening. Do you answer first, Ansel?
I can do, I suppose. I guess it's particularly interesting because Namorito would look across the chasm if he was looking at Ansel, and anyone else would see their reflection now in Ansel's eyes. But of course, being a vampire, he has no reflection, so he would just see an empty space. And Ansel will look across the space. The problem is I really don't want to influence anyone else. I'm assuming that everyone else is very set.
Delay if you want.
So Ansel will say, "You've had hundreds of years to reach this point, to plan, to act. And for each of those 100 years, you've had choices. But each of those choices has been made by you, and each time you have chosen to be a monster. And a willful monster should not be suffered to live. I will not join you, Daryk Redhaven. In fact, I would happily die if it meant leaving you unsatisfied."
I smell a change about you, Ansel. Though one thing remains the same. You speak truth. I am a monster. Trust me. Makes one, no one.
mantle will bow his head in acceptance of that term and cede his time to the next stranger.
Well, Silaster was listening, but watching and looking at his hands, as if there was a knife there that he can see but doesn't exist.
A dagger of the mind.
A dagger of the mind.
Sorry.
In my line of work, I try to remain detached as an instrument. And some would question the morality of what I do, but I see myself detached from these matters. As much as a knife decides what it cuts, it simply does. All of this, from Savage Doom, Valdenor to now, even my own descent into death, I have tried to remain detached. But now you force my hand. Now I must find myself accountable. No longer a weapon, but the wielder. And I see death. My own and others, the death of those who deserve it and a few who didn't. It doesn't bother me. But now I see life. And sympathy. My priorities are shifting. Bulwark, instinctual aid, and such thoughts of the world that even now my mind is full of nature, family, and people. I've never been so in touch with the vast order of nature and life because of my travels and my friends. I see that I have been close-minded, unnecessarily ruthless, but the advent of this Fugue Moon to bring utter chaos sickens me. I have witnessed those who upset the balance, and you are among them. This Fugue Moon will bring unnecessary death without a chance for life to stand against the chaos. You offer me a chance to be a knight. No, I am no knight, and I don't deserve any of that. And I may have a contract of sorts upon you, but I am no more an assassin. I am a wraith of Arvenath. And this ends today.
You too are like me, Silaster. One who is serially longeval, effectively immortal. It is sad for me to learn now that this is where the comparison ends. You lack the vision. And if you refuse to see, then you will be shown.
No, Nemorator. With a hand on Ansel as he's right next to him. I have never seen more clearly before in my life.
The three. See what the dread necromancer has to say for himself.
Obsidian will he'll lift up his mask, so his face is on show. He'll sort of take half a step forward, looking like he's contemplating, thinking about what he wants to say. And would you allow me an attempt at a feint?
Yeah, of course. So by you mean like the combat maneuver feint?
Yeah, so basically what I would like to do is attempt to do a feint to try and get a surprise attack.
Yes. Okay.
So, like, doing like a lie to see if I can cover up that I'm just going to step forward, look like I'm going to talk to him, and instead just shoot him in the face.
Yep, okay, so a feint is a standard action to feint. It's a bluff check opposed by a sense motive. So if you defeat his sense motive, then you will be given the chance to, get a surprise attack.
Okie dokie. So, my bluff. Ooh, lovely. Okay, good. And I'll use... we'll use my wink brooch as well. Okay. 40.
Fuck me!
Wow. There is a look of contemplation. He looks almost sympathetic. And there's a kind of a meeting of the gaze, an understanding of undeath for a moment between them. And he opens up his hands in a sort of gesture of a sort of conversational gesture, like I'm willing to talk, and then just fires off a spell in a snap kind of move at the vampire.
Your bluff outdid his sense motive, so you are successful in that.
Amazing.
Depending on what happens, will determine whether we roll initiative. So I want us just to do that spell first of all, then.
Yeah.
Now, Obsidian, does that spell have spell resistance? Is it subject to spell resistance?
Oh, I know what the spell does, so I hadn't brought it up. I'm 99.9% sure it does.
Yeah.
Let me just double check. To be honest with you, I'm not too upset if it doesn't hit him. It's just the act of I don't even want to talk.
Yeah.
It's a gesture. Spell resistance, yes. Let me just double check that the greater version. I don't think it makes any difference. Yes, I'm pretty sure it does. Yeah, it does. That's fine. Okay, so spell resistance.
A level check, please.
And I have the bonus. Spell focus and greater spell focus. No. Spell penetration, not greater spell penetration. So spell penetration I have. So caster level is just your level and a d20.
Yeah.
But it's +2 from...
+2 from
penetration. 24.
Your spell bounces from his defenses. What was the spell?
It was going to be a disrupt undead spell.
Your power lances out, and it's almost like two great half spectral, half shadowy wings kind of reach out in anticipation, brushing your power away, Obsidian. And you are greeted with a smile. Nemorator, Daryk Redhaven, that smile doesn't reach his eyes. There is like a venom there, an untempered fury burns within him.
Obsidian says nothing, but he doesn't break his eye contact.
Daryk's eyes meets each of yours individually, and he says, and so it is. The monster, the weapon, and the warden of death stand in defiance to the bitter end. It is a shame. I could have benefited you greatly. It is a shame I could have put your abilities to fine use. You would have had a place in the world that remains after today. I threatened to gut your wife once. But fear not, Mr. Graves. I'll not harm a hair on your children's head. I shall instead embrace them with the gifts of the vampire, and I shall be their father forever. So obsessed with death, allow me to give you a personal introduction. Roll initiative.
My God.
$27.
Classic middle of the table. 15. And then low.
Oh my god. Oh!
We did not need that.
I mean, at the end of the day, I've got a fairly low initiative. It's not a surprise to the group, is it?
Ansel's is lower than yours.
Yeah.
What did Ansel get?
15 though.
And I got a 7. Oh, yeah, well, roll slightly better. Hey, look, if an entire combat is lost because of a low initiative, we weren't going to win from the offset. I'm sure we can claw it back, boys. Just try not to let him immediately trounce me in the first fucking wave, like in so many other fights. He runs up and criticals me directly in the eyeball.
Go on.
Well, we're just following a pattern, aren't we?
Then that would be normal.
Okay.
Yeah. Clearly, he trained Grin.
So, you all move to act in a fluid motion. The motion practiced among each of you, fighting by each other's side for so long. But Daryk is ready for you. He has seen that you will deny him until the bitter end, and so he will bring down upon you a darkness, a power rarely seen in this world. He gives out a echoing, bellowing roar, and the frame that he stands upon begins to shake. The chains that hold it there begin to rock and fracture. I need each of you, please, to make a reflex saving throw as the platform that you are standing on, the bridge to the frame, gives away immediately.
$32.
29.
Okay.
19.
DC 20, unfortunately, the platform beneath you gives away immediately. Obsidian, you are the only one that isn't able to move forward onto the frame as the bridge collapses immediately and falls away into the darkness. Silaster and Ansel, you
So
will...
the bad initiative did lose the combat for me.
You will be able to help him to try and get a grip as he falls, as you both act before him, but that will require action on your parts to do so. That, or you can just simply leave Obsidian to fix the problem himself. The choice is yours. We delete those as those fall away into the darkness. As the frame shakes. We'll take this in turns. We'll start with Silaster. Can you roll me a d20, please? A d20 with no modifier at all.
9.
There is a fracturing sound as the center of the frame explodes away, and there it is revealed, gleaming with the power of thousands of souls collected over the thousands of years that Daryk has reigned. The Fugue Prism gleams with a menace. But you rolled 9, which also means that Section 9 of the frame collapses and falls away into the darkness. Beams of terrifying negative light pour out as it takes out that side of the platform. Daryk gives a hollow, cackling laugh. And in his hand there manifests what appears to be some kind of cross between a scepter and a mace. And he is going to give a gesture. And he's going to point it at, it's going to be between Silaster and Ansel as Obsidian is floundering, potentially falling to his death. So can you please roll me a D2, please? That can be either Silaster or Ansel.
You can do that, Tom.
2.
Sorry, we'll do that again because I didn't determine. I meant to do this publicly, but I haven't actually determined who's what. So 1 Silaster, 2 Ansel. Roll it again, please.
1.
Okay. Silaster. What is your touch armor class, please?
It is 25.
That is a hit. A blast of searing, ghostly green energy just lances out of Daryk's hand, and it catches you hard in the chest. Please make a fortitude saving throw.
Well, I'm going to use my mind over body and turn that into a concentration. Thank you very much.
Very well.
36.
There's a moment where you have a flashback, Silaster. You remember the first time that you stood before Daryk, knowing what he truly is. The first time it was revealed he was a vampire. And you were frozen to the spot, you might remember, as he first of all struck at you before setting his minions on you. That power sears into you, that power that attempts to paralyze you, but you throw off that power. What is it like as Silaster, you resist the power of the ghoul gesture?
Oh. It's as if magic is trying to wrap around his body, and it's just his mind is just running and racing, and he pulls on everything that has come to him, and he just pushes it out like breaking chains around him.
Very good. That was his spell. He has also been waiting for this to happen. There is a whirling rush of energy, and before you, if I can select them, you hear a howling. You hear a howling as a pack of wolves appears before you, and begins rushing towards you. There. So a pack of wolves bursts out of the darkness, summoned by the roar of Daryk Redhaven as the children of the night emerge. and immediately act on his turn. Three of them immediately move and attack you, Ansel.
Great.
Only two can get to you, Silaster. The other one goes here. Ansel, what is your armor class?
Flat-footed, it's 18 at the moment.
Okay. Only one of those hits. A snarling, rasping bite of the wolf hits you for 5 points of piercing damage. And can you do an opposed strength roll, please, as it immediately tries to pull you to the ground?
Shit. Sure.
Oh, it's a trip attempt, so you can do dex as well, I believe.
I'll do dex instead.
Yeah.
It's not a save, is it? So he doesn't.
Let me just make sure. Pose dexterity or strength check, yeah, so whichever you prefer.
Yeah, I'll do dex then. 10.
You're actually successful. Rolls a 9 on it, so it rolled really terribly on the first trip, but there we are. So, of all the snarling wolves, only one lands a hit and it's unable to bring you to the ground. 2 lash out at you, Silaster. Flat-footed armor class.
That is 22.
That is a miss for that one. Miss for that one. Ooh, on the number, but not quite. So all three... sorry, that should have only been 2 attacks anyway. Apologies. Those miss you, Silaster. And with that, that is the end of Daryk Redhaven's turn. Silaster.
Although beset by a lupine threat, I can see Obsidian has... Well, his descent... Unless he's taken off his featherfall ring, his descent is... somewhat slightly slowed. But the back of his mind, he goes, this isn't the first. I know he can sort this. So, as a swift
Fuck
action...
him.
I know you can sort this.
Mike was really hoping for a PvP combat kill again on you, Matt, and the only way he can currently kill you is through an action.
Yeah. Fair enough. Noted.
Hey. Right. Look, Silaster has seen you...
I say noted. Added to the tally, Mike.
Look, Silaster has seen you get out of nearly every situation where you have been
Except
dropped
when he's
or
died twice. Yeah.
But as a swift action, Silaster will use his moment of alacrity, just pulling on all of his reserves to add 20 to his initiative order. So my initiative goes from 27, I think, to 47.
Okay.
Which I
47.
hope puts me before.
Still not before Daryk Redhaven.
Unless Daryk criticaled, we don't know. And if Daryk goes before me, then we know he criticaled. As a move action, I will provoke attacks opportunity then.
Yeah, from the... that will provoke from 3 of them. Yep.
So 27.
All miss, Silaster. They all snap and lunge at you, but there's something unnatural about the way you move now, Silaster. Just untouchable to these things.
As a swift action, I will atomize a haste potion.
Ah. Very good.
That is +1 there, and that takes that to that, and that. Swift, standard. As a move action, Silaster will attempt him, and he's going to the wolf that's on top of Ansel.
Yeah, so it is in his square technically, isn't it? Yeah. I just dumped them all away, so yeah.
I will make a touch attack.
He's mounting him.
Okay, by all means, yes, make a touch attack.
Oh, 22 on its touch.
Yeah, it's a hit on its touch armor class, absolutely.
Okay, good to know. Right, taste of its own medicine. We're going to make an opposing trip attempt.
Okay, by all means.
And Silaster uses his headband as well with this as it glimmers. Oh, 17.
Sorry, that's a what check? Sorry, that's to
A dexterity.
That's fairly achievable for it.
Yeah.
And yet, meets the. No, I'm sorry, that doesn't meet that. That's one below. He fails.
Then Silaster, having taken a potion, boosted himself to get his adrenaline going, grabs the wolf by the scruff of the next to Ansel, and then just pulls on all of his reserves to throw him 60 feet over the edge.
Fuck yeah.
There he goes, hurtling over the edge.
The one on top of Ansel, sorry.
I thought I moved them. Oh no, I didn't. Did I? Damn it.
I just drag him over.
As it tumbles into the darkness. Gone. Anything else on your turn?
That is
Silaster. Very good. And when we return to you, you then take your new place at the initiative. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Wherever
If I
that
have.
may be, if you have. So as Silaster initiates these movements and throws one of those wolves over the edge, he rips it off you, Ansel, and you watch it go off into the darkness. It's your turn.
So I think it's more useful for Obsidian to have around than it is for me at this stage. So Ansel is going to jump off the platform, grab Obsidian with his reach, and then teleport them both back onto the platform. 45 feet.
Oh, thanks, mate.
Yeah, well, you're in range of him anyway, so we can say that you can just do that. So you can touch him from where you are, right? Technically,
Yeah.
once you do a
Technically,
a
it's
jump.
more fun if I jump.
Oh no! Of course. Of course, I don't dispute that. Yeah, you're absolutely able to do that then, so you can move Obsidian, or Obsidian you can move to wherever Ansel has dropped you, so next to him, I guess, right?
Yeah. Only if he's willing to come.
That's true.
I'll come with you.
But unfortunately, that is my that's my action. So I could
Okay.
move as well. I'll move as well. Fly. I'll go to there.
Okay, fantastic. So you rush forward. And with that, we now move to Obsidian's turn. Obsidian, in the blink of an eye, you're falling, and then in another blink of an eye, zoom, Ansel has recovered you, and you are now upon the frame. It still rocks beneath your feet. What do you do?
I spent the whole time in between rounds trying to figure out how I was going to get out of falling. And now I'm not falling, and I haven't figured out how the hell I'm going to get away with standing right at the front. Or not right at the front, you move forward. Oh, what am I going to do? I will. The problem is I can't really beat his spell resistance.
You rolled a 9 when you made your first attempt, bear in mind.
Did I? No, I rolled a 9.
The roll on the
my...
d20 was 9.
Was it? That was on my reflex. I thought my other one was higher. You're probably right. I got a 24. It was a 9, yeah. It's just how consistently can I do it? I tell you what, actually, I know what I'll do, because otherwise there's no point in having these, because I've got a few of them left and I might as well use them. So let's do this. Instead of doing a... oh, that's... No. Snap to center. No. I'm confused. I'm trying to do a thing and it's not working. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right.
Matt hurt himself in his confusion.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. I think that's right. Might as well put it there. It will at least hold him up for a round. I think that he can probably get away with doing something to get out of it, but it'll spare a round that he has to move. We can deal with the wolves. So I do level 6 spell. Acid Fog covers that whole area. I'm just going to double check on the size of that. I believe it is 20-foot radius, 20-foot high. That is 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's about a 20-foot radius. Yeah, down there. It covers all of that area. There we go. So yeah, I summon an acid fog. It covers that whole area with him in the center of it. Each round on your turn, starting when you cast the spell, the fog deals 2d6 points of acid damage, so it'll do 2d6 points of acid damage to him as soon as it forms. There is no spell resistance.
Okay, fantastic.
It's not much, but every little helps. But I think it'll... 6 points of acid damage, but that's... I mean, again, the damage isn't necessarily why I did it, it's just to mean he has to now spend a round getting out of that.
Okay, 6 acid
Boom.
damage. Yeah, like a
There we go, and I have
distance.
moved back over here to the corner. Actually, no, I haven't. I was there. I will move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I'm going to come up behind Ansel so I can be reinforcement when needed. That's my turn.
Ooh, fantastic. Okay. Is his vision obscured by fog as well, just as a curiosity?
Yeah.
Okay.
He can only see something in literally the square next to him. Beyond that, he can't see.
Cool. Anything else on your turn as you manifest this terrible cloud of fog upon the battlefield?
Yes, taking a potion. Is it a swift action to take a potion?
Movement.
Movement action. You've done your move.
Oh, okay. Do you know what? I would rather sacrifice the movement and say I didn't move and just take a potion instead.
Yeah, that's fine. Of course, yeah.
That's where I am, and then I will quaff the potion of blur.
Okay.
I'm going to overdose on potions at some point by the end of this. Taken a potion of heroism before I started, and now a potion of blur, which I've got to reinforce what that does. But yeah, that's my turn.
Fantastic. And that concludes the round. We go to the top of the round. Silaster,
Yes!
you are at the top of the initiative. What do you do?
Well, I wasn't in a stance, so I will drop into Child of Shadow as I just let the shadow roll over his body. And then as no, we're going to make an attack on this wolf in front of him. As Silastra readies his pram to deliver, hopefully, a greater insightful strike on that wolf.
Okay, yeah, so that one right there, let me see which one that is.
The one you initially delete. Well,
yes, I remember him well. Yes, by all means.
29 to hit.
Yes, that is a hit.
Oh, this could be brutal. 57 points of damage.
Absolutely destroy the wolf. What is it like as you just completely annihilate it?
I mean, it's always been that kind of controlled, considered attack, and this he delivers straight to the snout of the wolf, and you could almost see like an energy just reverb across its snout, its head, all the way through its body to its tail until it just, this shockwave just gets to its end and the wolf just shudders and drops.
Incredible.
And then I can see what's happening. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, because I'm hasted. I will provoke. Actually, I will tumble through 2 threat ranges, which means the DC is 27, I believe.
Yes, that's right.
Which means I need to get... Yes, I do actually have to do this. Okay. $37. Salas just flips over the wolves, no problem.
Yeah, you flip over the wolves and land between them and Obsidian. Excellent work. Anything else?
That's swift movement and standard.
Incredible. It is Daryk's turn. And you can just hear as the acid fog descends, just as angry laughter echoing around the chamber. This time, Obsidian, please roll a d20 with no modifier.
17.
Okay. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, no, that's fine. Okay.
I think it's the one right next to us, isn't it?
We don't know.
Oh no! Alright, the middle one isn't counted then. So it's the one on the end. Thank God. I was like, oh, fucking hell. That's a bit close for
The
comfort.
shaking platform ruptures on another part of it, breaks away, falling down into the darkness. And you guys can each give me a dungeoneering check or a straight intelligence, whichever is best. I don't know if you have any of you have dungeoneering, but if you do,
I have
now's the
no
time.
knowledge of the dungeons.
Neither of them are any good.
I would also accept anything to do with
so.
architectural or buildings or anything. No, there's not, is there?
3.
11.
No. All you know is that this thing is rupturing and falling apart. You don't know how long that's going to take. You have no insight as to whether that's just going to continue doing what it's doing. Like, you have no idea. Although this thing does appear to be sort of floating within the harnessed power of the Fugue Prism, which is in itself something to make note of. Daryk gives another bellowing yell. A bellowing yell, rather. And as if screaming out of the darkness, there come a fleet of screeching bats. That immediately just fly to envelop Silastra and Obsidian. You both take an automatic 6 points of piercing damage. Which I'm not
I have a
sure-
20% mischance, I think, is still applies as opposed
As
to
do
anything else.
I.
Does the 6 points of piercing even bypass your damage reduction, Obsidian?
No, it doesn't. So no,
so in
no
that
need.
case, Silaster.
Good stuff.
Actually, both of you. Actually, you should both do a 20% anyway, given the second effect that they have. Actually, so let's both have your percentiles then. So 20 or lower on a D100 from you both, then please.
Nope.
Nope.
Both of you, please perform Fortitude saving throws, as you know what is about to happen.
Worth a try. Oh man, Fortitude's my worst. Just so I can get out of this, I'm gonna.
15. I think it's
No.
fairly.
Oh, I can't. I already used it yesterday, so I can't, unfortunately. It's slightly better than usual because of heroin. 17.
Obsidian, you succeed. Silaster, you fail. The power of these bats whirling about, they are unnatural. It is as if their natural properties have been enhanced in the presence of a master vampire. And because of that, I'm sorry to say, Silaster, you are nauseated.
I had it coming.
Obsidian, however, you resist this power. So it's not a difficult roll, but an annoying one to make if it persists over time, which you can see is clearly the plan of the vampire. That was his boss abilities. That's just happening around him. He is going to produce something upon his person, and there is a blast as he is going to use greater dispel magic to try and get rid of your fog cloud. Obsidian.
I'm sure
So
he can
your
very easily.
caster, so it's 11 plus your caster level that he needs to beat, I believe.
Is it?
Yes, I believe so.
Why 11?
I don't know. It just says it in the rules, mate.
Okay, fair enough. I thought it was the spell.
I don't know. I don't know why it's 11. No.
I thought it was actually lower. That's pretty good.
No. So I'll read it to you.
24.
The DC for this dispel check is 11 plus the spell's caster level, meaning that is.
Well, there we go then. Oh yeah, so 24. He's got
24,
It's
which
the
is
spell's
not to
caster
be.
level. Only.
It's the spell. The spell.
It'd be my caster
Yeah.
level, and I cast that.
His
spell.
caster
It'd be
level, so 11
of
plus the caster
class-
level, which is pretty insane to be fair. But you know what? If there's anyone that's going to match it, sadly, it is the opponent.
I'm sure
that
he
you
can.
stand
I'm sure he can
stands
do it.
in front of
But again, if
That's-
he's taken a round doing that, then it has been successful, hasn't it? I can't really complain.
you. Absolutely, and he is successful. There is just a shake, and black energy just erupts around him. His magical power meeting yours, dispelling the acid fog. If you wouldn't mind, thank you. But yes, that has used up his standard action there. And he's still standing exactly where he was, grinning, but you see that part of his face, like part of his cheek has been melted away from him just standing there blazingly in the acid that you cast upon him. You see like
Did he just go
bone.
before Silaster?
He's gone after Silaster now.
I've been.
Oh, sorry, I lost track for a second. Okay.
Yeah, the bat. So his bats came in, he's acted, and now also his wolves are going to act as well. Those that remain. So that is, I'm afraid, I'm not going to turn them around because for some reason they are being really stubborn. So I'm just going to move them extra. It doesn't matter. They can still make that movement. So 2 of them are going to lunge for you, Obsidian. 2 of them are going to lunge for you, Silaster. Oh, that one's so stubborn.
Do they not get nauseated inside the?
They do not appear to be affected.
Got no guts.
Obsidian armor class.
25.
First one is a miss. Second one is a hit. My goodness. That does 7 points of piercing damage.
Oh, I take 1.
Please give me an opposed.
I think we all know where this is
or
going.
Dexterity roll, please.
Thank God it's dexterity allowed, eh?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That's a bad miss.
No! So the wolf just seizes onto you, Obsidian,
Just have
and
a little lay down.
by
quite
luck,
tired.
to be honest, but it drags you to the ground, swarming all around you as well. Yeah, it is not pretty. Silaster, your armor class, please.
Oh, it's gone up. 28.
That is possibly a fumble. Ooh. That is a fumble.
Silaster, can you teleport?
I'm sorry?
Can you teleport?
Yeah, but I can't bring anyone with me.
I might make an executive decision. No, you know what? They should suffer. I was going to say, because they're only little minions, I won't subject them to that because of time. But you know what? Why do we play this game? Why do we include the crit threat table and the fumble table if it does not apply to every enemy that you face? Silaster, we'll determine what happens with the other one first. 28, did you say, or is it more now?
Yeah. Still 28.
That is just a miss. So let us bring up the fumble. Okay, roll me a D100, please, Silaster.
34.
34. A DC 20 dexterity check or fall prone and be stunned for 1d4 rounds.
Come down here with me. It's nice.
It
Looking
falls
over
to the ground.
descent below. It's beautiful.
It
It's really
slips and smacks its jaw off the floor, stunning itself. Roll a d4, please, Silaster.
2.
2 rounds, it is stunned. It sees little bits that fly around its skull.
Is it this one?
Yeah. He is stunned. Okay. That was the wolves. He did the spell. The bats have acted. The floor has collapsed. That is Daryk Redhaven's turn. Silaster, it's your turn. Oh no, sorry, you're written twice.
Silaster moved up.
I forgot to cross you out of that part of the initiative. Ansel, it is your turn. Not 2 turns.
2 turns, please.
Turns,
Ansel will turn to the shade and say, "Good luck, my friend." And the shade runs along the floor, shadowy limbs sprawling everywhere, to Daryk. And then I will drink a potion as my movement. And I'll drink a potion of displacement, so 50% miss chance, to try and not get immediately squashed when somebody tries to hit me.
Good idea.
I'm just going to make a note of that because I don't forget. And then I'm going to try and Eldritch Blast, specifically a sickening blast. I'm pretty sure he's resistant to that. Daryk Redhaven.
Yeah, can you make me a caster level check, please, as your blast reads towards him?
Yeah.
You can do it.
So it's
Bite this freaking head
9,
off.
but I've got a +2 to spell resistance checks from feet, so it's 11, which is not good. 28.
It's good
Shit
enough.
ton better than I did.
Your blast goes straight through the spell penetration. The spell resistance of Daryk. That means you are able to hit him, I'm afraid. If you'd like to attack his touch armor class, then please.
So his spell resistance is either 25, 26, or 27.
Good to know.
We're narrowing it down slowly.
I also didn't say, but I did want to put a blast of Eldritch Admixture in there. I don't know if you will allow it, because it didn't say.
I'll allow it. No, we're still in. You technically, have only gone through his spell resistance. You haven't actually rolled the attack. So, by all means, yeah, Eldritch add mixture on top of that as well, by all means.
Just one use.
One charge, yep.
Yeah, exactly. So on his touch, 31 to hit.
Oh, yes, that hits him proper in the chest. Incredible.
And I can't remember if you said it was or wasn't under the effect of Sickle Moon. For some reason, I've ticked it on one and not.
You are under the effect of the Sickle Moon currently.
Excellent.
Ever since you had that weird experience where you were involved with those mirrors. It's like a weird artificial version of it, strangely. You know, Daryk had been playing with that power.
So that's a lot of ones. That's 20 damage plus 2d6 from the Eldritch Admixture, which I will make. I'm gonna say.
You can give me a knowledge roll if you want to determine. Given that you
Can I?
You've each. Well, you actually all made a point of researching vampires when you were in Valdonor, so it's you know like a fair amount about them, but I'll have you roll a check just in case. So,
okay.
So I'm not sure we actually ever spoke about their weaknesses and resistances.
What can I add to it?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering actually. It would be knowledge religion technically because they're undead, which is the domain of Obsidian. So in that case, it would be. Is that wisdom knowledge? No, it's the knowledge. It's intelligence, is it? So an intelligence check. But we'll say that or no, like what? Like it's a memory, and how we've been doing memory is that you add your level. You can add your level to the D20 roll if that's better. I imagine it will be.
That's so much better that
that's fine
because
you can add your level to it because you specifically had a moment where you each looked into the weaknesses of a vampire.
And that's very lucky because that's 22.
You know that the vampire is resistant to a number of things. You know that they have damage reduction that can only really be bypassed with magic and silver. You know that they heal incredibly quickly, and you know that they have a quite a significant resistance to both cold and electricity damage. But as far as you're aware, fire and acid, those, and along with others, can just go straight to their core, as it were.
Cool. Well, we've already seen that acid is definitely affecting him. He may have some sort of item that gives him resistance to fire, so I'm going to go with acid for the extra 2d6.
Okay.
Which is 4. So all of that for 4 extra damage.
listen, it's fine. That's good. That's good. Amazing.
And with that rather extended turn, I will hand over to Obsidian.
There we are. So as that blast, Daryk will look down, and he kind of looks like a little bit like, "You got me," and like there's a smile that plays at the corners of his fanged mouth. Yes, Obsidian.
And he can't be sickened, can he, as a vampire?
He can't, unfortunately. No, he's undead, so he won't be subject to that, sadly.
Thought so. Great.
Hello.
You're on the floor, Obsidian.
Yes, I am on
around
the floor.
And wolves lashing at your throat. What do you do?
But I took no damage from the bats, so they're not damaging me currently.
Right.
And I am just on the floor, so I can still cast. I just need to cast defensively in order to do it. I have checked the DC for doing this and the level of the spell. The DC is... Hang on. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So I have to roll a 4 or more on a D20.
Okay.
Get this. It's a little closer than I'd like, but I do
closer.
it.
Yeah, perfect.
I
So you
can
cast.
indeed cast. I would like to offer an apology to Silaster.
It's okay.
As I once again would like to cast directly on top of us and all of his summons an acid fog.
Very good.
About there. I think that's about... It's probably not quite the right shape,
Okay.
but I think that's it's
That's
definitely
fine.
20 wide. The picture's got in the way as far as how long it is. It's probably a little bit further down than that, but it covers everybody. So everything within there, I'll just roll it. And this includes me. We'll take 2 points of acid damage.
Uh-huh.
Ow!
Again, I'd like to apologise to Silaster, but I won't.
Hey. We're on the same team.
Because you can teleport away. I asked if you could teleport, okay? And yeah, we're now all under the effects of the acid fog. All the wolves and shiz and yeah.
Movement.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And my move action.
You're going to be hampered by the same effect as that spell, right?
Yeah. As far as that, I mean, I could stand, but I think standing would provoke an attack of opportunity, which I don't want to do.
Some movement, yeah, so it would. Yeah, it would. Yep.
Do you know what? I am going to. Can you enter partial defense or something when you use your movement? Isn't there a?
But
I know
you've
you
also
can do
cast
total
a spell,
defense.
so I don't think you can do it once you've cast a spell.
I think it's a
I
standard
don't know
action.
if you use a full action you can use, but I didn't know if movement. All right, if that's the case, then I shan't do anything else. I'll just stay where I am on the floor.
Okay. So
Hell,
this huge fog cloud just blossoms around all of you, and Ansel, you're the only one that can really look at it from an outside perspective because Silaster gets like a front row seat to this, like green acid everywhere.
As it appears, I'll just say to Silaster, who is right next to me, run away.
Very slowly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, teleport away. You can teleport. That's why I did it. They can't. So.
Yes.
Okay. Right. Well, we're back to the top of the round. Silaster, it is your turn. What do you do?
Okay, so movement is halved in this.
5 feet only,
5
mate. 1
feet.
square at a time.
Then I guess I will use my shadow stride as I can. Wait.
You need to be able to see to use it.
Wait. No.
Are you sure? I know Dimension Door you don't need to be able to see, but it's always been a little
No,
vague about
yes,
your...
it's. I do need to be able to see, but even though they're not spell-like abilities, spells, supernatural, or anything like that, all I can do is a single move action because I'm nauseated. So
Of course you
teleporting
are.
to be
You're
done
very...
anyway.
Thank you for remembering. That's
So-
on me.
Just move a tiny bit
will-
away from me, please.
I'm going
Just
for
get
the
away
nearest
from me.
exit, so I will take one step on the wolf that's on the floor, and I'll go there.
Step on him because he's out. Yeah, that's
He's
fine.
stunned.
I'd like to think that you've just sort of
Oh no.
done a stride over him.
Oh,
You've just got one leg and
no.
he's between your legs now.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay.
However,
That's-
in terms, is it like a 1d4 round afterwards that I'm still nauseated?
It's one round, and then you get the. If you're still in the batch, you get the save again.
And if I succeed, then I'm fine. If not,
If you
I'm
succeed, you're
next
fine.
time.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
The bats have to keep doing it to you to make it happen. Okay, man. We moved over because I'm asking you to do it individually. Ansel, I need you to roll me a D2 for me, please.
A D2.
Hmm?
I love to roll D2s.
Yep.
2.
I need you to roll a D20 twice for me, please.
Oh no.
Oh, holy shit. Do not roll a 15.
6 and 11.
Okay, so 6 is quite oddly where the shade is standing, so he doesn't go anywhere.
Oh no, you're on 11. Oh, fuck sticks.
The other one sadly falls away, Ansel, beneath your very feet. Whoa. And you see beneath you just the ghoulish rays of the Fugue prism beaming out towards you. We will make you do the save now because it's happening now. So you can give me a reflex saving throw, please.
20.
That is the number, and you did not surpass it, so you fall. You tumble into the darkness. To whatever fate that may lead to. You can just hear the hollow laughter above. Fall, monster! That was the collapsingness happening. Let's get the bats and the wolves done. So, bat group here is just going to move one to try and get onto Silastra again.
Yep.
So both Obsidian and Silastra. Yeah, Obsidian and Silastra, please give me a fortitude saving throw, please.
19.
Okay, Silastra is done, and Obsidian, please.
12.
That's
That's
2d6.
2d6.
Please roll again. Please roll a
Oh.
d20.
You know what? Thank God for that.
Can you even D&D, Obsidian? Come on.
Can you even D&D? 24. That's
He
actually-
can D&D. Both of you
Yes.
easily surpass the threat of the nausea this time. The bats screech and wail, dealing 4 damage to Obsidian. I'll just do it for both. So 4 to each of you. But Silastra, do you still have a mischance?
No, because I only moved 5 feet.
You take 4 points of piercing damage.
I don't have to worry about the mischances. That doesn't break my...
Wolf by you, Silastra is stunned, so cannot act. That's one more round until he's able to act again. The other one, however, is just going to try and sink its teeth into you. AC, sorry.
It is 28.
It bites and misses. The 2 wolves. You're on the ground still, are you, Obsidian?
Yeah.
They get plus 4 to their attack against you as you are prone. Both of them.
They do.
Armor class.
25.
That is a hit and a miss. So one of them lands, giving you 8 points of piercing damage. They can't trip you because you're already on the ground. That is the wolf's turn. That is the bat's turn, leaving only Daryk, who is just going to watch, just cackling at you, Ansel, as you fall into the darkness. Man, he's got time to spare. What is he gonna do?
Crack open a refreshing beverage.
Yeah, he could do. He's watching you fall, Ansel, and no, because he can't see the others because they're in the fog, or seemingly can't see you. And Ansel, you're falling, so
He should just do nothing, really. It's always an option.
Yeah.
Cackle maniacally that his plans come together.
Just piss off.
He's
No,
won.
I
He's won,
know.
hasn't he?
I'm not going to waste a turn.
He's won.
I'll tell you what he's going to do. Instead of that, instead of having those bats act, he's going to use his standard to use... Well, he can still do Children of the Night again, so he's going to do that one. So I'm going to roll a d4. And then screaming above you... I know what he's going to do. Screaming above you, bats, more bats, explode out of the darkness, wreathing around him before darting down at you, Ansel, hoping to nauseate you as you plunge.
What a
Great.
dick. That's a dick move, that is. Not only are you falling to your death, you also feel sick.
And these ones basically stay defensively around him. They almost form like an energy shield around him. These bats swarming around behind him. So Ansel, can you make a fortitude saving throw for me, please, as you plunge? This is not a spell-like effect.
16.
God,
that is a failure. You are nauseated as you plunge into the darkness for a round. Oh my goodness me.
How far do I fall in a round?
You fall. There is a way of working it out. I'm just going to say you fall 60 feet. Wait, no, that can't be right. No, that can't be right. That can't be right. You've just fallen. You failed the reflex, and when that happened with Obsidian, he was still at the platform. So you're not falling. You're where you are when the platform vanished because you haven't actually had your turn yet. So you're sort of like mid plunge, but you are nauseated. Yes. So
I can't act other than movement, which I'm falling. So not really any. I can flail.
Yeah, you can flail. You can flail. We'll work that out. So that is Daryk Redhaven's turn.
Shit.
With that, we move to Ansel. Because, Ansel's turn. You are nauseated. All you can do is move.
And I'm falling, so I don't have any control over myself.
Well,
so
you can move. You can do anything that allows you to move. So,
there's not really anything I can do in a movement. Other than take a potion. I don't have any fly or anything like that. No, there's not really.
Fall faster than 60 feet per round. Feather fall means that you now fall at 60 feet per round. Normally it's faster than that. I'm trying to figure out what it actually is then.
I've seen it. It's apparently 150 feet the first turn and 300 feet every turn thereafter.
Yeah, it's like
I am
you fall incredibly quickly.
Cool.
God. I didn't know that was the rule. Wow, I probably should have looked that up. Shit. Just so you can't, because it's because you can't act though, because you're nauseated. Is that right?
Yeah, otherwise I'd be able to teleport. But that's a standard action, and I can't do that.
Okay, interesting. It's a shame because you got the roll, you didn't surpass the roll. So is there anything that you're not taking into account that might have allowed you to pass that save?
Where's that straw? Let me grab it.
Is it a spell-like ability or a spell? That's the only.
I just said it isn't a spell-like ability. Sadly, these are bats.
I don't think there is. Then I think. I've got very long arms, so I could reach the thing here, like. But yeah, other than that, there's
Can you reason with the bats?
Through my vomit.
Right. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm done. I think.
I think that. Yeah. Oh no.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything I can do.
I love that all this has gone down and we literally haven't done him any damage.
I did him damage, how dare you?
And this is the punishment.
I mean, you did.
Yeah.
But it was.
Okay, I have something in mind. Because what you're actually doing is, where you've fallen, you're falling into the energy where the Fugue Prism is, and as I've told you, it's making this thing float. So we're gonna come back to you on your next turn. If you make your save, there might be something you can do to see if you can fall into that field that's keeping the thing aloft. All right.
Actually, there is something I can do next turn. I think actually.
Okay.
So
all right. Then.
Don't panic too much.
No, it's not so much that I'm panicking. I want you to be involved in the fight. I'm not trying to stop you from dying, because this is the final fight.
No.
There has to be the threat of death. If you die, you die. With that then, Ansel, that is your turn. You spend the turn nauseated and plunging into the kind of levitation field created by the Fugue Prism. Obsidian, it is your turn. You are on the floor and beset. What do you do?
Okay, so both bats and both the wolves that are closest to me, can they please do a DC 23 will save?
Okay, so I'll roll 2d20 first for the... Oh, no, it's just the 2 wolves next to you, not all the wolves.
No, the other 2 are a little too far away from me. I'm by 1 square. They're
Okay,
too far
those
away
2
from me.
wolves
The other
fail.
2 are
and the
close
2 bats?
enough to me.
The 2 bats also... The 2 groups of bats, sorry, also fail.
In which case, they will all take 33 points of damage each from my negative energy burst, along with everyone within the acid taking 10 points of damage from the acid.
Silas, you take 10 points of acid damage. However, the negative energy damage is already enough to just obliterate the bats and the wolves alike. So they are all gone. That is wolf. That one gone. That one gone. As they're sort of like illuminated for a moment, like a negative light, and then they just vanish. And the bats are utterly like set to the wind, nothing but ash. Though it's hard to see this, obviously, because they're still in the acid. But that's very effective, Obsidian. What else do you do on your turn?
I will stand. And that is my turn.
Very good. We are back to the top of the round. Silaster.
That's it.
Try not to breathe in too deep, Silaster. Also, this is really helpful if the platform under us drops out, because it's like solid fog. We can't actually fall more than 5 feet per round.
Next round, I will do something. That is
I
it.
asked if you could teleport, and you said yes.
Yeah, I didn't think so. You didn't tell me to teleport after this effect, but I am
I
nauseated.
said, can
I
you
can't.
teleport?
Oh
You
my
said
God.
yes.
I need line of
Okay.
I
sight.
need to consider the details.
I need
Okay.
line of sight.
As we conclude that turn, then, Silaster, we're back round to you. Please roll me a D2.
D2. Hang on. Oh, bollocks.
You need to stop rolling 2s. Can you roll me a D20, please? 2 D20s.
5 and 9.
Oh my
I think
God.
9 is done.
9 is already gone. So it seems for the moment that's okay, but 5 collapses over here. Oh. This fracturing structure, this thing has been there to frame the fugue prism, is falling away.
Uh-oh.
Okay. It's still, Daryk can't see you. I don't know whether he would. Oh, I know what he can do. Daryk appears to lift a gauntleted hand up, and you can see. Well, none of you can actually see, but for the purposes of the narration, he holds up these gauntlets that appear to almost run with blood. It's almost like it's pouring from his fingertips for a moment as he casts some fell buff power to augment his already freakish and horrifying abilities. That's his turn. Bats and wolves all vanquished apart from the bats that are still flying there. I think they're going to gun for Yeah, I know what I'm going to do with them. They're going to go here. And circle the fog. That's Daryk Redhaven's turn. Ansel, it is your turn.
Ansel will spend his round flailing like a madman. No, he's going to pull out a scroll and use Summon Monster 3 to summon a Celestial Hippogriff.
Okay. Okay.
Why not?
I've got the spell.
Yeah. Finally, it's good. We're using scrolls.
Yep.
There is definitely a hippogriff somewhere in here. I know there is. Where? Is there anything else that you're going to do on your turn, by the way?
Well, that will take me a full round to do, so...
Okay. Oh my god, I just realised there's loads of new assets in here. Not helpful when I'm trying to find the one, though. Sorry, what did you say, Dom? You're going to do something else, are you?
No, that takes a full round to summon it, so...
Okay, then. Well, whilst I'm doing that, then, we will go to Obsidian. What is it that you do on your turn?
Is it back to me already?
Yes, because Silaster just didn't really get to do much. Daryk buffed himself, floor collapsed, bats and wolves are dead, Ansel fell, summoned the hippogriff. Yes, it's your turn.
Oh wow, I thought Silaster would have gone before me. Okay, well, everything within the acid will take another 6 points of damage.
Thank you.
Okay, so that is just you and Silaster now.
And the
Well,
two
those two wolves.
Oh, of course, those two wolves are still there, aren't they? Oh yeah, they didn't act. Well, they would have just... What's your arm class, sorry, Silaster?
28.
That would have missed. Doesn't matter. They take how much damage, sorry? 6.
6 each, yeah. That one's still going for you, isn't it? I will cast... Let me just double check that I actually have it. I think it's level 5. Yup. I cast a spell. A nondescript spell that will display itself next round upon myself. And I'll take one step that way. Hello, Mr. Wolf. And that's my turn.
Incredible. We are back to the top of the round. Silaster.
Right. I mean, I'll only see the full severity of this once I leave the acid fog.
No, you can see it. You can see the bats. You can see 5 feet in the next square, so you can see the bats through the. You know they're there.
And I'm sure they know I'm there, so there's
Into
only
the
one way to do
bats.
it. I'm going to take a 5-foot step to there.
But you can see outside now of the thing because it's only 5 feet, so you can see outside. So you can see everything outside. So
Yeah,
you could
well-
teleport if you wanted to.
It's
No,
not the
you
way,
can see.
not what I want
That's
to do.
Okay. Just
So
saying
this-
you could.
If I pass my fort, because I'm stepping through into the... Wait. If I step into a swarm, do I do the thing then, or is it on the bat's turn?
It will be on the bat's turn. So...
Excellent. Then this is a fleeting thing. As I run through, I throw my gaze over at the Moritor, and, because I think, foolishly, he's not moved. Oh, 50 feet. I shadow blink as a swift action. I appear next to him. And then, as I land next to him, I'm just going to bring the widest mountain hammer to the back of his head. As I spin full body and
Okay, make an attack against Daryk Redhaven. Roll it up. Roll them bones.
let's see what we got. 27.
You rush to strike him, and as you do, he deftly moves away from your attack, and he will simply goad you by saying, "A century of training, and that's the best you have." Anything else on your turn?
That's everything I could do. But my Chart of Shadows is active.
Yes, perfect. And it is now his turn. I'm desperately looking for a griffin this whole time, and for some reason, I just can't see one.
Hippogriff.
I don't know why. A hippogriff, sorry. I can't see one of those either.
Dungeon Master Essentials.
It's not there. It's not there anymore.
Oh.
I went to look for it. Yeah, I went to look for it, and it's not there. I think they've had us. I think they've removed some. So I'm gonna have to it's just gonna have to suffice to be a winged creature, I'm afraid.
I think you're
That's
right.
They've actually robbed us.
Heroes and villains, creatures and monsters, townsfolk, maps, objects.
I think they've actually reduced. Right, sorry about that. That's gonna have to do, but it's got wings. Is it large?
It is large.
Okay. There we are. You should have control.
Do you feel in
Feeling control.
There you go. It's Daryk's. Sorry, I just wanted to get that done now because I was desperately trying to do that whilst trying to do other things, but I now have to focus on Daryk's turn. So he goads you, Silaster, and suddenly you realise you're now going to be in a one-on-one against the Master Vampire as we stand at this moment. You are within his threat range, so he will just... he's just going to go all-out attack on you, and he's just going to yell, "Feel the bite of the scepter of final death!" And he swings at this thing violently at you. Thrice, Silaster. What is your armor class?
28.
Okay, and you've got a mischance, I believe, right?
I do, yeah, but I'll do that after.
Okay. First one is a hit. Second one is a hit. Third one is a miss. This scepter that looks to be like half scepter, half heavy mace just rains down on your defenses, Silaster. The first strike does... Oh, well.
Wait.
Two mischances, please.
No, both hit.
Rains down upon you. 18 points of bludgeoning for the first.
18.
And 19 points of bludgeoning for the second.
Hang on.
And I need you, please, to make me a fortitude saving throw for the first strike, please. Wait, hang on. Sorry, let me just double check that before you do. I want to make sure it's right. I'm so sorry. Ignore me. You're not making a fortitude save. Forget that. That is his full attack. He did a full round of attacks on you. That's his turn. Underwhelming, I have to say for that. But never mind. He strikes at you viciously. Oh yeah, go on then. And his bits will come in, swarming around the battlefield as you do that. So as they do that, could you do a fortitude saving throw for me, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're able to resist.
27.
you're able to resist the power and break on through as you battle with the vampire. That's his turn. Ansel. Oh no, we haven't rolled. Matt, please roll a D2 for me, please.
Yes.
Please roll a
Uno.
D20 for me, please.
12.
Oh, you realise the stakes have become increasingly higher as everything seems to start getting much lower as the chain on this end breaks away as well, as 12 falls away. You are now just on this shuddering platform in the middle of nothing binding it to the edge. Unreal. That is Daryk's turn. Ansel.
So I think I'm 350 feet down at this point.
Okay.
So I'm gonna use my hippogriff's flight speed of 100 feet to double move up 200 feet. Yeah. And I'm still 150 feet away.
Oh my god! Is that really that far? I'm really surprised that falling is that severe, but I suppose obviously
I think in reality it's worse than that.
Actually, because they were
yeah,
saying that's
probably.
for aerial creatures, and they have a lot more resistance when they're falling. And there's a lot of people are saying it actually should be greater than that for humans who don't.
I think it's.
But
I mean,
it's
if you're
too
like
much for the
slowing
game.
yourself.
I think it's too much for the game, personally. But never mind. Listen, the threat's there for a reason, so we have to go with it. Amazing, Ansel. You begin the climb up towards. You're just watching this fracturing fugue prism, this frame that it has been affixed to, and a great portion of it plunges past you as you're flying up towards it. Incredible. Obsidian. It is your turn.
Well, I suppose. Well, hang on. Thinking about it. Let's do that first. Another 6 points of damage to everyone within the acid, so me and the two wolves.
Okay, they're still going. The long,
these-
welting death of the acid hog.
I'm going to step that way.
Alright.
And then I might as well. So I've done a single move. That is a movement. And as I'm still next to the wolf because he's long enough, I'll just try and slap him on the hindquarters as I go past.
I think he's left the threat range of the other one, but he's still stunned, so that's fine actually. Yeah, don't worry.
So I just smack this other one on the rump as I walk past.
Okay.
And that is 10, 11, 12 because I've got heroism still going. 21 on his touch up.
Yeah, and you hit him.
So just with my standard normal touch attack, he will take 10 points of negative energy damage.
Oh my god, what's it like as you destroy the wolf?
So I think that Obsidian has gone through a lot and he's become much closer to undeath now. So instead of the body sort of falling and a ghost remaining, the ghost remains, but the body just bursts into nothingness, just leaving a ghost behind that then dissipates. So it just sort of disappears into dust, like a dead vampire.
Oh my goodness. Incredible. Anything else on your turn?
I've done a movement and I've done an attack, and that is me.
We are back to the top of the round. Silaster.
As a swift action, I will use my anklets of translocation to move 10 feet. Well, sorry, 10 feet to there.
Okay.
Hang on, not the piss. There we go. And then, as a swift action, Silaster considers all the moves he's currently got ready in his head and then just goes, no, closes his fists and just goes for a full round of attacks.
Okay, go for it.
Hasted as well. First one, 28.
It's a miss.
23.
It's a miss.
20. Oh, wow, that was appalling.
You just go at him with a full round of attacks, and he just brings up the scepter, bam, 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 and just parries them flawlessly, his cape wheeling around him.
Oh, that was a full round action.
With me, or is the frost beginning to melt? That was Silas's turn. It is the vampire's turn. He will provoke an attack of opportunity as he takes a step out of your threat range to do something.
I'll take it. 35. There it is.
You connect with him.
$19.
19 points of bludgeoning damage, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Hang on.
And your fists, you obviously count them as magic, right?
I do. But I also have a counter.
Go on then.
I use mirrored pursuit to put myself there. As he moves out of range, I follow, punching him as I go.
Okay. Well, that was just initiated an attack opportunity, so he can continue to move and still do what he's going to do. Can you? I mean,
I'm just pressing more for coverage.
Do you
for
get
next round.
another attack of opportunity?
No, but I'm just
okay.
pestering and getting in his way.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll leave it like that then. So you absolutely you're on him, and he sweeps away, but you're after him. He just moves like a shadow, like this unnatural, terrifying ancient creature, who seems to have had your number until you land that attack on him. But then he says, "You are fit for nothing but to be fed upon. You, Silaster, shall be sacrifice to the hunger." Please roll. Damn it. 1 second. My goodness. Please roll a fortitude saving throw.
$15.
Suddenly, Daryk is stood there, and from his outstretched hand, you see a familiar sight, but you've never seen it directly until this point. Silaster, you see the hunger. Daryk draws upon the power of one of his domain spells. Bite of the King. Hunger itself opens its maw in front of you, and I'm afraid, Silaster, you are consumed. This great cosmic jaw just appears to open in front of you where there's nothing else around, and suddenly darkness is all around you. And we will come to you when it's your turn because that's very problematic.
Don't say.
That was Daryk Redhaven's turn. Ansel.
You're muted.
I fly another 150 feet. Because it's the hippogriff flying, can I act? Or
Yes,
is
of
that,
course, yeah. Yeah.
Is that a ride thing?
No, it's doing the movement for you, so it's your movement, but you can still have your standard action.
Sweet.
Oh, well, if you're double moving... No, that's fine, I'll let you do something. Go on. Why not? Why not? At this stage.
Why not? Fuck it.
Yes.
I will. I'll try and Eldritch Blast my good friend once more.
Okay.
And I will say before I do it this time that I'll try and use the admixture on this one. But obviously we have to overcome spell resistance, don't we?
You need to be able to see Daryk to be able to target him with that.
Yes.
So you're how far down still?
So I was 150 down,
Yeah.
but then having flown for the hippogriff's flown me up.
How
And then-
far did it fly you up this round again? So you're now
Well, 150, so I'd be in line.
Yeah, then yeah, sure, definitely. Sorry, I was just double checking. Yeah, so absolutely, you rise up and you can fire at Daryk, certainly. Cast a level check, please.
Sure. Yeah. That is not gonna work.
No, sadly not. The attack is phased by the spell resistance. Anything else on your turn, Ansel?
I guess I'll send the shade over if I can grab him.
Okay. So the shade is summoned to your side as you ride to battle, and with that we move to Obsidian.
Obsidian will just step off the edge.
Okay.
That is
Interesting.
a 5-foot step forward, but because I am in an orb of acid fog, it's an automatic 5-foot movement down. But I don't fall more than 5 feet because I am inside of a solid fog.
Okay. Sure.
Sure. 20 foot.
I don't think it probably says anything about falling through it, but we'll say that's okay. We'll say it's because it's your magic. I'm going to say sure.
Solid fog. Solid fog hampers movement. You can't physically move more than 5 feet through it.
But I think that's like a
creature or object that falls into a solid fog is slowed.
Okay.
So that each 10 feet of vapor that it passes through reduces falling damage.
No way.
Blah 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 by
Incredible.
1d6, but you are slowed, so you only move 5 feet regardless of. So once I'm out, I'll fall at normal speed, but it does say a creature falling through it.
Listen,
It's
it says that's incredible. I was just a bit dubious. I was like, does Matt really think that falling through fog slows you down? No, I love that.
It's
so
solid fog.
Solid fog,
Not
of course.
just fog.
Did you know people skydiving on the Dartmoor kind of moors? Where
They
that
don't even
fog
need a
leaves?
parachute.
not
Yeah, they just
Fog. It's magically
magic
solid
fog.
fog.
Okay.
How many times do I have to say the word solid?
Anything else on your turn?
No, I can't do anything on my turn. What I want to do it takes a full round action. I want to start summoning, obviously, before I plummet to my death. But I can only do that if I don't move, and I've moved. So, but that's fine. I'll be moving to the very, very edge of the fog in the next round, and then I'll be hopefully summoning underneath me, so I'll be fine.
Just going to explain something very quickly. As we get back to the top of the round, Silaster, you find that you are just surrounded by darkness. And then all around you, you see that image that you've seen throughout the whole of your journey. That roiling mass of cloud and raw cosmic power. churning all around you, and it appears to form all around you until you're in some kind of separate dimension almost from the battle that you have been battling within. And you begin to feel this strange rhythmic kind of compression all around you as the pocket stomach dimension begins to consume you. And we're going to determine what happens to Silaster when we return after this short break. For those of you watching on YouTube, please give us a like, please give us a subscribe for what could very much be the Stranger's final battle. Don't go away. We have returned. Silaster, you are facing a living nightmare. You are facing the entropic, destiny-eating, world-destroying, universe-consuming force known as the Hunger. And it looks through you. It's almost like it's the lens of something greater that just knows you. It understands you. It understands what drives you. And it understands what it wants to strip from you piece by piece. Please make a fortitude saving throw.
$26.
Give me 1 second. You not succeed.
What?
I mean, dude, he just said universe consuming. If a 26 beat it, that would be really anticlimactic.
I suppose.
You feel this consuming power coursing through you, Silaster. And you feel like it's beginning to take away parts of you that make you you. You take 17 points of bludgeoning damage. As this force of entropy just constricts you, as this, like I mentioned, this pocket stomach dimension is
Sorry,
devouring.
17 or 70?
I said 17.
17. Sorry, just
Not
panicked.
70. Don't worry. But it whilst it seems bad now, you can't help but feel that this is going to get radically worse as this power begins to just sweep around you, Silaster. It's almost like you're just at the mercy of this thing that perceives you to be like an ant. But really less than that. But it is now your turn, and you're feeling this this constricting power push against you, like you've been swallowed by a creature, mechanically speaking, as well. What do you want to do?
I mean, I can feel something around me.
You can, yes.
I mean, though it's not a slashing maneuver, I describe it as such, it's still just bludgeoning. I will attempt the only thing I've got, really, because I've got no I can't see anything, I guess. It's just darkness.
Other than that tower of entropy that is, like, surrounding you, that's all you can really see.
All I can do then is attempt to physically fight against the presence in front of me, so I will...
Yeah, you can roll as many attacks as you have, if that's your wish, or you can channel it into the attacks that you usually use. It's entirely up to you. You are free to attack.
So I can do a full round action?
Yeah,
Then
it's your turn. You do whatever you want.
I'm still hasted, so I'll do a full round of attack at this thing in front of me.
Okay, perfect.
29?
Yes, it's successful.
32 then would be...
It's successful.
Possibly a fumble.
Roll again, please.
Just a miss.
That's
a
miss.
Very lucky considering where I am.
You begin striking out at this force, and your attacks seem to be driving it back in some way. You don't know how. Whether it's the force of magic that's inherent within you as a snow elf, maybe it's your sheer willpower to not be consumed by the darkness on the edges of causality. Roll your damage.
2 hits. 46. Oh, that's a nice amount.
It's almost like you're feeling some kind of elasticity, kind of resisting, but you can almost feel like tearing when you're attacking wildly at the boundaries that you're consumed by. You feel like you might be able to break through to where you do not know, but that seems like your best avenue right now, Silaster. That's a full round of attack, so I don't believe there's anything else you can do, is there?
No.
Very well. We return to Daryk Redhaven. Obsidian, you won't have seen because you were in the fog, and Ansel, maybe you would have caught a glimmer of Silaster just being, like, chomped by this kind of cosmic jaw. These cosmic jaws that kind of reached out from Daryk's outstretched hand for a moment. But as you rise high into the air, Daryk watches you go up, Ansel, and he gives a terrible smile. Do you have the stats to the creature that you're flying, the hippogriff?
I do.
Okay, what is its touch armor class, please?
Its touch armor class is 11.
11.
I was just thinking I should fly over some solid ground.
He watches you fly out, and he takes aim at your mount, Ansel, loosing forth a familiar spell, a spell that he attempted to use on Silaster. That is a hit on the die for his touch armor class. Can the hippogriff make a fortitude saving throw, please?
Of course. It's his strongest save, so he's in with a chance.
Okay.
You're telling me there's a chance.
There's a chance. Unfortunately, that is sadly not close. Their ghoul gesture wreathes up into the air, and the beating wings of the hippogriff grow rigid and still as he is paralyzed, and your ascent, while up above now, is now just stops. And it kind of keeps going for a moment. Its momentum gain still allowing you to climb a single round, but because I imagine the momentum to fly it would be insane. So you've got one round of still going up before that that hippogriff is gonna start careening down into the darkness. It catches your magical creature with that blast, and he won't have seen what Obsidian's done. Obsidian has dropped down, and he's also paying attention to the hippogriff. You're pretty sure that he's dealt with Silaster. That's his turn. The bats will swirl about where they are. They'll remain there. It is now... Who did I ask to roll last time? Silaster, wasn't it? Obsidian, roll me a D2, please. Roll a d20, a single d20. Oh no.
Oh, I was gonna jump onto that fucking. Fuck's sake.
This is away.
That's the one I wanted to jump.
Plunging into the darkness, and so you realise that the wings of the thing is to stop beating, and you're just rising up, and there's seemingly limited areas to reach. My goodness. Okay, that was his turn. Ansel, it's your turn. You can give me a roll plus your level, please.
33. Fuck me.
And that is a natural 20.
That's 20 on the die.
As you're soaring up, you note that something glints upon your belongings. The Glass of Atonement, the item that you had constructed from the fragments of mirror that have been intrinsically linked to you this whole time, appear to catch a beam of this of the Fugue Prism's light, and you remember you remember the terms of this magical item, and you know that the Glass of Atonement effectively can reverse what the Fugue Prism does. And you know right now that light from above is being channeled uncorrupted as it pours into this thing. You remember that if that thing is brought into contact or is interacted with the Fugue Prism, you can reverse that. As it's your turn, and because you rolled a 20, I now ask you, what do you do?
So it can interact with the Fugue Prism, and
you note that it reacts as it with it as you go by it, because you went straight past it after all.
yeah. So that's I think we thought that was a sort of smash glass in case of emergency.
Kill everyone inside thing.
Yeah.
Well, you know that all the souls within there belong to people that are already dead. It's just a case of what value you put on that.
Just
what
dead,
consider doing.
destroy their souls completely. That's
But probably better.
What value do you put on that?
Torment. Well, I've got to get off this hippogriff first of all, haven't I?
Seems first, absolutely.
Could I do a jump check to see if I can jump to one of the?
Yeah, of course you can. Yeah, so that with the momentum of the hippogriff, because you're still rising up, I'm going to take that into account with the jump check. So I had the DC in mind.
Cool.
That's a 10-foot distance, so I have that in mind. What you need to get.
So my jump isn't great. 16.
By 1, you are successful. The DC was 15. Assel, what's it like as you leap from the paralyzed hippogriff as it continues to rise into the air with that?
So I think it is the momentum as it flies up. He sees that it's just everything's stiffening and the wings are coming in, and it's just freezing. So he just jumps as far as he can using the momentum to launch himself like a cannonball straight up, and then are we thinking to there? Is that the one you have?
Yeah, well, it was going to be one or two, the other one next to that,
Or
not
that
the
one.
one in the fog, of course. Yeah. Oh well, hang on. Would you prefer to jump to that one?
Would I?
Where were you? You were there.
I was here, yeah. There, maybe.
It's the same. It's the same. Oh no, it's one more, isn't it? It's
Yeah,
one more
so-
distance than the other.
Let's
I
just
know.
do that for safety.
Okay. Yeah,
Just
you
to
land there
go
then.
from down.
Yeah. You land there and you roll to like minimize the effort, but yeah, you made the jump successfully. So that was your. We'll say that's your movement.
Sweet. Then I need to do it at some point. I'm not going to get any. I feel like I'm not going to get any better chances to curse Daryk than this.
Sure.
So I will attempt to hexblade curse the vampire. Will DC 21. He's -2 because the shade is next to him.
Okay. 21. Okay.
Yeah.
Let me just. I want to know what it has to get to beat it because I'm. So he's at -2.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be. It's not likely, even with that.
No, I didn't think it was, but I can't reduce his chances any more than
I'm
I
gonna.
already have
I
done
can
it.
roll it publicly if you prefer. I don't mind, but it's not high, so it's up to you.
it's entirely up to you. I don't mind.
I won't. Just speed things up. Okay, I shit you not. He had to get higher than a 5 on the D20 to succeed. He rolled a 5. He fails.
Amazing. He's cursed.
He is cursed. What is it like? Ansel, as from far away, you hit him with a curse.
So I think as he lands, he's facing the wrong way, and he just turns around, reaches towards Daryk, and clenches his hand, and just a moment of spite and anger and vengeance. And across the way, just something in Daryk's cold, unbeating heart clenches as everything just becomes a little more unlucky.
Hear him screech out across the abyss. He screeches out and says, "Curse giver, will you ever escape your own?" Very good, Ansel. Fantastic turn. Obsidian.
Amazing.
Oh, actually, I've not done a
Oh.
action.
I was just going to
that's a
say,
swift
yeah,
action.
of course.
Yeah. So we can do the classic fail to beat his spell resistance roll.
Okay.
I'll try and Eldritch Blast him as well, just to
Yep.
really attempt to spite. That's 21.
Was that the was that the attack or the caster level check?
That was the caster level check.
That is a failure. Can you give me a spot check, please? Or you tell you what? Yeah, sorry, it would be a spot check.
Sure. 20.
You notice that every time you're firing something at Daryk, there is like a flash, as if something that is on his person is reacting whenever you're doing that with your... You've done it enough with your Eldritch Blast to notice that something that he's wearing seems to be creating this field.
Interesting.
Okay.
Very well, I shall ponder it and end my turn.
Very good. Obsidian, you step away into the fog. What do you do now?
There is 2d6 damage, so 6 points of damage to myself and the wolf.
The wolf is eaten away into nothingness.
Wicked. The wolf is dissolved. Okay, so now I want to start summoning. I spend the whole round summoning, but I have to concentrate to do it. But
Because you're falling,
concentration
yeah.
is 10. Because it's constant damage, because I'm in a field of damage that's damaging me constantly, I have to do 10 plus half damage dealt. So I have to do, it was 6, so 13. DC 13 concentration. Just
I
to
guess you are
maintain
floating. Yeah, I won't add
summoning
anything to you floating down. That's fine.
for a round. Well, I mean, I am sort of falling, I suppose.
What's the
hang on.
DC? Sorry.
So, well, the vigorous motion.
It's not vigorous, though, is it?
There's violent motion. Extraordinarily violent motion.
Stop giving me the harder ones because it's obviously none of those. What's the lowest
well,
one?
vigorous motion is the lowest one. That would be actually less than. So if vigorous motion is 10, the taking damage would be 10 plus half the damage dealt.
I'm just going to say add +2 to the DC for you just floating down.
Okay, so it's
whilst unable
15,
to see, surrounded by acid. Yeah, that's.
I can't fail that.
Oh, there we are then. No problem then. You can't fail. Fantastic.
So I don't need to roll that. But yeah, so I just, as I'm floating down, at the end of this turn, I hit the edge of
Nice.
of it and start falling properly.
Okay.
But I spend the round summoning as I'm falling. I spend the whole turn summoning. So at the beginning of my next turn, as I'm free falling, hopefully it will appear underneath me and I won't fall. Yeah, and it's going to be zombie wyvern dragon thing.
Hey, let me. I'll grab him now, just so he's there.
Sparkly dragon. It's a sparkly dragon I've got on my sheet.
What size category is he?
Large, I believe.
Okay. Do you want the flying one, or do you want the one that's
Large,
on the ground? It fills the square more, but his wings aren't.
On the ground is fine. It doesn't matter. I'm hopefully not going to stay on its back for too long anyway.
Get that one. It looks more significant than obviously the flying one just looks a bit weedy. I know. And it is a wyvern after all. Okay, and hopefully, I'm gonna post him over the Fugue Prism. Hopefully, you have control.
I do not.
Control.
That's odd. Wow.
Can he move him?
Do you feel in control?
I feel in control. Okay, I'm going to move him off to the side for now because he doesn't appear yet. And beginning in my next turn, I'll plunk him in place. Nothing goes wrong.
Very good.
Well.
Okay. Yes.
That's my turn.
So you bring about that, the beginning of that process. We are back to the top of the round. Silaster, please make a fortitude saving throw as the stomach dimension continues its work.
Sure. That's worse than last time.
Yeah. But oddly, the damage isn't as bad. Oh no, it is. 20 points of bludgeoning damage.
That's more.
Yeah, that is more. But as that force appears to constrict you, it seems like just reality around you begins just crushing in upon you. It is now your turn.
Okay. I will attempt a full round to get out of there.
Okay.
Hopefully. First hit, 37.
37.
Second, 33.
Also a hit.
Third, 23.
Also a hit.
Oh, okay.
I mean, listen, it's all around you. You can't really... I mean, it is still quite a high AC, but to you, not really. You're able to strike 3 times. I have my fingers crossed because this is only going to get worse for you the longer you're in here. So we really need to get you out ASAP, Silaster. Please do some good damage.
58.
Oh my
hits.
god. Every strike is like the dimensions that hold you here are being fractured. Silaster, I want you to explain how you punch your way back into reality and rip your way out of the hunger dimension to return to exactly where you were. And Daryk watches you do this, like, stunned.
I know they're not slashing, but as Silas is doing this, the shadow, he's getting more control over it in the darkness. He's bringing it more into his side, and each time he's punching this wall, he's getting more control, forming sharper shadow blades on his hands, until eventually he's able to just cut a line through like a subtle knife, as he then just rips himself, just staggers out.
Sabal. That's really good, because you look back and you watch as the hunger just seems to intensify in there as you escape, and it just collapses in behind you and just vanishes. Amazing work. That was a full round of attack, so you can't really do much else, sadly.
Well, as a swift action,
okay. Oh yeah, of course.
I'm going to shift now into the Pearl of Black Duct.
Very wise. Very wise. So you appear there, and Daryk, with like just full hatred in his eyes, is going to say, perhaps there's strength that still remains within you. I would taste it, Snow Elf. He is going to just try and grab hold of you. He does not provoke an attack of opportunity as he goes for your touch arm class, which is
26.
Yep, so he's successful in.
Attacks.
Sorry, he would still, I'm afraid, be fine. He's successful in getting the touch on you. He's now going to use 2 attempts to try and get you into a grapple. If he's successful on his first one, he can then pin you, which then means he can automatically start drinking from you. However, if he fails one, he can then use his other one to also try and grapple you, but won't be able to pin you, if that makes sense. So,
yep.
Fingers crossed you prevent him in his first attempt, which is going to be his best. Opposed grapple, Silasta. Make it good. Roll.
26.
The vampire just lands on you, and its cloak is around you like terrible wings. But somehow you prevent the beast from just grabbing you and instantly pinning you. So you were successful in that one. He's now going to try and grapple you with his second attempt. Another attempt, please.
Better, 27.
And better it is, you are able to throw Daryk from you. His attempt completely negated. Incredible work, Silasta. That is his turn. No, it's not. Bats. Bats on you, Silasta. Bats on you. Ansel. Fortitude saving throws, please.
21.
Silasta, you defeat the save. Very good.
Oh no!
Also, you cancel. You are nauseated. As you roll a 1. I don't believe it. Oh my god. We need to kill the bats. That's the thing that needs to happen, I think. Okay, that is Daryk's turn. Ansel, you are nauseated. You can only move, but you can do a full movement on your turn.
I'll move out of the bats. There's nothing else I can do.
No, because you are blocked in going that way, I see. Right. Yeah, you've not really got much option there. So you move. Do you want to move any further?
I can't move far enough that the bats can not chase me, so there's not really any point.
Okay. Yeah, sorry about that, Ansel. That's your turn then. You'll get a save on your next turn to see if you can have a turn. That'd be great. Obsidian, it's your turn. The terrible wyvern, your ally, appears as you step into the void. What do
Literally
you do?
just plop onto his back as I slowly shat out of the acid fog. Nope.
Jesus Christ.
I'd like to make it sound more elegant than that, but it isn't. Yeah, he just sort of falls onto its back, and with its movement, it can move over there with me on its back. So that's its turn.
Yeah.
That's just its movement. Now, where's Daryk? Daryk is this one,
Daryk's
right?
that one, yeah, in the middle. Yeah.
I would like to, for my movement, I'm going to step off of the wyvern.
Okay, yeah.
And then, I might have one touch attack.
So that's your movement. Yeah, of course.
I've just a movement to step off. I haven't done anything.
It's your
so movement to step off,
sure.
and then I'm going for my standard action, which is touch attack. So we'll resolve the touch first, if I even touch him. $31.
Yes, you reach out and touch the vampire. Yes,
Literally,
you grab onto his shimmering day armor. What do you do next?
I think actually I'm going for his face.
Oh, okay.
I'm just trying to just touch him on the cheek. Now I've got to beat his spell resistance.
Yep.
For the spell that goes off. Which is... Fucking, what am I doing? Spell resistance. It's my level. +2 for the thing.
Right, yep.
13, 14, 15. Oh, you fucking what?
Unfortunately not, I'm afraid. Obsidian, as you are right...
frustrating. The dice fucking hate me. Every
Honestly.
session this happens and it does my head in. I can't land a single hit.
Can you please give me a knowledge arcana roll, please? As you know, you're right up
Probably
close.
this will roll really
you
well.
can't miss it because you're right up close to him. So you get the check to see what's happening.
If this does roll really well, I'm gonna be even more pissed off.
Yep.
No, it wasn't that good.
It's good enough. You note that around his neck, Daryk is wearing a very powerful, quite rare magical item known as a scarab of protection. You've long wondered about this kind of power. This is a magic item that provides any wearer spell resistance. But the fact is that it absorbs attacks. So with enough attacks against it, the spell resistance will drop. You just don't know, how many magic attacks have been hit by it that it's absorbed. That's kind of.
Do you not need to know the level of the spells that are hitting it then?
No, it's just attacks. It's the number of attacks it just has a spell resistance against.
Fair enough.
Now, they all come in different shapes and sizes and different levels of power, but you know for a fact that while he has absorbed some, you don't know how many more he will be able to absorb to use as the spell resistance for. But it clearly does it for that, so...
Well, that's the end of my turn.
That is the end of your turn. We're to the top of the round, and Silasta... you've thrown the vampire from you. You escape its grasp. What do you now do?
I need to clarify something.
Please.
The healing belt. I cannot find anywhere on my person that says... I've got all the stats, but it doesn't say if it is like a swift activation, if I can just will it to happen, or if it's like I have to do a standard action.
You can use it to... Yes, I remember. I'm just going to say... 3 charges which you need each day at dawn. Spending 1 or more charges allows you to channel positive energy and heal damage. It says with a touch, so I'm going to say that that's a touch attack. So that would count as a standard touch attack for you.
Oh, But I'm not using it as a thing. I'm using it to heal.
Oh, I thought you were going to use it as a weapon against him. Okay, well, it would be the same then in that case, I think. Well, no, if it's on you, it just says with a touch, doesn't it? Why doesn't it say? Oh, activation, dash, and standard. It says command. I'll allow you to use it, but you will only get a single attack to use after using it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's fair. As it says command, so you shout for it to activate, and then you can spend the rest of your turn doing whatever. Okay?
That's fine. I will take a swift action, free action.
Yeah.
To go there.
Okay.
So I'm bordering on there. Then I will use. So we're saying it's essentially a move action. Then I'm touching to do it.
Yeah.
Then I'll do that and charge all 3 charges to heal myself.
Okay, perfect. Roll up the health that you gain.
19.
Could have been worse. Could have been far better as well. But never mind.
Yeah, and then I will use my standard action to take another potion. So I will consume a cure serious wounds as I atomize that. Bosh. 30, that's what we need though.
Oh, fantastic.
That's better. I feel better.
I'm not even going to ask. Okay, great. Anything else on your turn, Silaster?
Well, you said that was a move, so...
Oh, of course.
Yeah, all done.
Great. Daryk is... He sees the giant wyvern in front of him, and he is going to bring forth his scepter of final death. And he's going to say, I am well prepared for you, Bogram Graves. And he is going to set about your summon, lashing it again and again with a full round of attacks. What is the wyvern's armor class?
$22.
First one is a hit. Second one is a hit. Third one is a hit. I'm going to do the damage first.
What type of damage is it, please?
Bear with. It's bludgeoning, but it's also magic. It's a magical weapon.
Neither of those things overcome its damage reduction.
That's fine. However...
But its damage reduction is very minimal against massive damage, so it doesn't really matter too much.
I just want to Google it because it is an item that is of note. Okay, so I'll roll its damage first. That is 23 points of bludgeoning damage for the first strike. $20 on the dot for the second. And 14 for the last.
Okie dokie.
Can the wyvern please make 3 will saves for each successful strike?
It can, yeah. (26, 27, 26).
Very good. Each one
Yeah,
of
the
them
wyvern can roll really well.
Absolutely. There is some kind of terrible power that the Sceptre of Final Death is bestowed with. It appears to be a bastardization, perhaps a weapon taken from an old enemy from another time. But whatever it is, that effect the Wyvern is able to resist, and well.
Would you allow me a spellcraft check to see if I can decipher what the effect is
Yeah, please.
that's happening? 17.
An effect greatly feared by your kind. This is a disruption effect, meaning that if an undead fails that save, it will be immediately destroyed.
Okay.
But that is his turn, because that was a full round of attacks. That means... Ansel and Obsidian, please make fortitude saving throws, please.
Oh my god.
Bastards.
Ansel, you continue to be nauseated.
Fuck's sake.
22.
Obsidian, you resist. I
That's
don't
making me feel
imagine
sick.
the Wyvern can be nauseated being undead, so he doesn't have to roll.
It cannot.
Yeah.
The
That
Wyvern's
is
just getting tickled, and it's quite enjoying it.
that is Daryk's turn. Ansel, you may have a move action.
I mean, the hippogriff disappears. First
Of
of all.
course, yeah, plunges.
Yeah.
Bye, hippogriff.
There's really not any point in even moving, I don't think.
No, and that fog there is pretty much penned you in there as well. So even if you could go that direction, it would be
Yeah,
madness.
I'm gonna move 5 feet that way, and that'll. Yeah, there's no.
So fucking ruthless. Sorry, Ansel.
No, it's fine.
That is your turn, Obsidian.
Okay, first things first, the dragon is going to do a hop over to the opposite side. He can get an attack of opportunity on the dragon as it moves. Essentially, it flies, sort of flaps its wings upwards, flaps, and then just drops onto the opposite side of him.
Well, Daryk Redhaven is able to take multiple attacks of opportunity, so he's going to happily spend one of those immediately.
Go ahead. Armor
AC
class
of-
is 22, I think I said. Yes, 22.
Okay, that is 19 points of bludgeoning damage to the Wyvern. Can it please make a will save?
Can certainly try. 17.
It is okay. It resists the power of the disruption.
Nice.
It lands, taking the damage, but it may continue its turn.
No, it has single actions only as it is.
Oh, of
zombie,
course,
so
yes.
it is on the opposite side though, which allows me to flank.
Yes.
So once again, I'm going for a touch attack on his face. And that is an extra +2 for flanking.
Yep.
29 on his touch.
That is a hit on his touch.
Let's go for his freaking stupid
Spell resistance.
30 on his.
You surpass the spell resistance. Very good.
Okay. Now, can he please try for a will save?
Yes.
And I know that he's been cursed, and the
cursed.
shade is next to him. So he's got a few minuses, right?
He does, yeah. So the shade next to him gives him a further -2. Is that right, Ansel? And the cursing also gives him -2.
So he's on
Saves, so
-4.
-4 to his saves. Okay.
Let me
what's the
just
DC?
see what level this is. It is a level 4 DC 23 will save, please.
Okay. I know what he has to roll over. He is successful.
Well, then I can't do that again. course he is.
You
I mean,
hit him, but sadly,
I have got so many saves and checks and things and blah 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 I have to make in order to even get an attempt. That the odds are so stacked.
that's anything else on your turn?
No, I can't do anything else. I'll just stay where I am. I'm out of negative energy bursts. I can't get rid of the bats. I can't. Yeah.
Okay.
No, that's me. I'm done.
You can't get rid of the bat. Oh no, not the bats. Okay, well we're back to the top of the round. Silasta, you watch as Obsidian tries to grasp Nomorator by the face. Is successful, but the blast of the spell is negated by his sheer will. What do you do?
I was hoping the wyvern wouldn't hop because I could have seized the flank bonus, but that's okay. I will instead. I've got to make use of my haste. I will take a 5-foot step forward and take a full round of attacks.
Okay.
27, 26, and to cap that off, 16. So no.
Fortunately not, as you do not roll higher than an 8. You just sweep in with just a massive amount of attacks, but none of them are successful. As he parries and blocks and then ducks the final one with apparent ease.
Yay.
Bats. Obsidian, please give me a fortitude saving throw. Ansel, also give me a fortitude saving throw. Sorry.
Yep.
26.
You succeed. Okay. That is the bats. Sorry, Daryk needs to actually take his turn, and also I need someone to roll me a d20. Sorry, a d2 first of all, please.
Dom's turn.
It is Dom's turn, so roll me a d2. That is 1. Please roll me a d20.
Go and roll a 2. It'd be hilarious.
It's 1 that it's already there. Yeah.
17.
17 is already gone. 17 is already gone. This is the one that Ansel was on. Oh my god, can you imagine?
That close.
Ansel just keeps falling.
Keeps falling and
a lot.
It's like a fucking Emperor's New Groove over here.
Right, that was the falling. Okay, Daryk's actual
Every time
turn.
it gets to Ansel's turn, that song keeps playing. There goes my hero.
Okay, god damn, I wonder what to do. He's gonna attempt to do what he attempted to do last time, just to see if it works, because why not? 3 attacks against the wyvern. He sees what you're trying to do. Or would he, actually? Would he? Yeah, he's gonna attack the wyvern. First, what's its armor class, sorry?
22.
Okay. Shade being present means he's minus on his attacks, right? -2, yeah. That's still going to hit. Second one is a hit. Third one is a miss. So 2 attacks against the wyvern. That's 23 points of bludgeoning damage. Followed by 19 points of bludgeoning damage. 2 will saves for the wyvern, please. Wyvern is destroyed.
He was
The,
burning through his hit points anyway.
The
to be fair,
Scepter of Final
end of the
Death
world.
activates as per a Mage of Disruption. It is a bastardized weapon taken from one of the Deva, and he uses it to great effect, destroying your Wyvern. I'm gonna push it to the back in case you summon another one.
Just put it over there.
But that was a full round of attacks. That was his turn. That was Daryk's. Yeah, full turn. Bats, floor. Ansel, you may move.
I'm gonna hold my movement.
Whoa, okay, cool. You hold your movement. Obsidian, it's your turn.
Right, what I was trying to do just isn't going to work. He's going to beat my saves. It just is. There's no way around it, so I need to do something that isn't. It's going to be such a waste. I will do a free 5-foot step to there. So I'm now flanking with Silaster.
Okay.
And this time I am going for, once again, touch attack. And +2 from that, and then +2 from that. So, 17
On his touch.
Oh yeah.
Even with the influence of the shade, that is still a miss, sadly.
Yeah.
As you roll 3 on the die. Okay. Ansel, your held movement, we've come to the end of the round.
Yeah, I don't want to use it, it's fine.
We are back to the top of the round, Silaster.
Oh, as much as I want to capitalise on the flank, I just know something's going to go wrong if we don't dispatch the bats. So, am I able to attack a swarm? Just punch
You can
a swarm?
attack the swarm, yeah. I don't think there's anything that stops you from attacking the swarm.
Then I'm just going to essentially stick my fist into the swarm constantly until they fly into it. Hope
Yeah,
for the
sure.
best. So, full round of attack on them.
Okay.
That is a critical if they're not undead.
Okay. I will allow you to
Can't
roll
crit a
the
swarm.
damage
Good
on
point.
this one. I'll allow you to roll the damage on this one, so then you can then use the rest of your attacks elsewhere if you wish.
Okay. So at
Okay.
least that's a hit.
Yep. So do you want to see if that kills them?
Yeah, that's two.
Oh, as well, see if you can confirm it.
Well, you can't crit a swarm.
Okay, not.
No.
Oh.
14 points of damage.
Fair enough. 40 points of damage. What is it like as you destroy the bat swarm with all of 13 HP that they have?
Well, how do I destroy the swarm in one punch? You know what? I just punch one bat so hard that the entire swarm's like, oh, fuck this. They just dissipate.
You hit it right at the core. You Death Star it.
Yeah.
Yeah, amazing.
And then 2 more hits.
2 more
on
hits.
Daryk. Oh, and it's more.
Yes.
20. Oh, for God's sakes.
So he is at -4 to his AC. Okay, that, however, sadly is still a miss.
Yep. That is a 20.
So that is a hit. It's a vampire.
Not in my damage stance at the moment. So 17 points of damage.
Smash him as with that last strike, rolling a 20, not critting, but still really bolting in one. And he rolls with the punch, his cape flowing around behind him as you do so. Really, that was a full round of attacks, Silaster, unless you've got anything swift up your sleeve.
No, I won't do that till next round.
Okay then. Right. You pissed him off, Silaster. You've really pissed him off. I'm afraid.
Yay.
But what's your touch armor class?
I've got 26.
That is a miss. As he rolls a 2 on the die. He just lunges for you, and this terrible spell that just sounds like the world ripping just goes. The sound of thunder or something horrible was just about to happen to you, Silaster. I shit you not, that was a 2 on the die, however, so you evade a terrible fate. Spell, he's... Yeah, he's going to move. He's going to provoke an attack of opportunity from Silaster and Obsidian.
I'll take it. $40. That's
It's a
right.
hit. That's more like it. That's a hit. Obsidian, do you take it?
Sorry, my sound cut out for a second. Were you talking to me?
Yeah, but attack of
I
opportunity.
thought I heard
will take
Obsidian. It's pointless. I can't do anything with it, so no, I won't.
Yep, so Silaster, an effective strike as he has done his spell, he moves, that's his turn. Please roll me a D2, Silaster.
Cool. Sorry, did you get the 13 damage there?
I took it down, yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
cool. 2.
Roll me 2D20.
20 and 14.
Okay, so over here... this section near Ansel drops away into the darkness, as that was 20, and then 40. A narrow
It's coming
bridge
for me again.
remains.
It's coming for me.
Oh my god! And with that said, Ansel, you can save to see if you resist the nausea.
Oh, I'd love to.
Really hope you do, mate.
20.
You are not nauseated.
Sweet. I'm gonna fuck these fucking bats up.
Okay.
The shade's gonna follow Daryk first. It's my go, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, it's your turn. You're free to act a full turn. Amazing.
I'm gonna take 2 swings with Eldritch Claws on the bats.
Okay.
19 on their touch.
Is a hit.
A 9 on their touch.
Is a hit.
Oh, really?
I'm so sorry, not a 9. A 9 doesn't hit. No, I'm so sorry.
That's alright. This should be easily enough. 19. That's a lot of ones.
There's a lot of ones.
That's a lot of ones.
It is still enough to destroy them. What is it like as you deal with the bats?
Ansel just starts slashing around him. He's not even being careful. He's just like the claws, and they just get fucking shredded.
Anything else on your turn?
No, I can't do anything else. I've already used my.
Okay. Very good.
There it is, fucking bats.
That is Ansel. Obsidian, it's your turn.
I'm trying to find some little throwaway level 1 spell I can keep firing at him until that breaks his necklace, but I don't think a single level 1 spell works on undead.
No, it has to be able to affect him, yeah. Yeah.
The 3.5 Dread Necromancer. I've come to this conclusion over the time in this campaign. The 3.5 Dread Necromancer, despite having things like a feat called Undead Mastery and all, sucks against undead. They're just useless against undead. I don't have anything that I can fire at him.
Turn him. Come on. Turn him.
That is never going to work.
Fuck it.
One more that I can look at. 1 second. Creature or creatures touched. It friggin' works. Okay. Amazing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom. I'm going for a touch attack.
Okay, you go for a touch attack.
It's a level 1 spell.
Yeah, you have to get
Don't
the
even
touch
care.
to make it work, though. So gotta get him on the touch. Okay. He's all right. Don't worry.
Sorry, I got overexcited.
No.
I found
It's
why it
fine.
works.
I'm excited for you. Let's do it.
Okay. 27.
Fuck him.
That is
Fuck
a
him up with your
hit
level
on
1.
That is a hit on the touch attack.
Right. 29 beat his spell resistance.
Oh.
29 defeats the spell resistance.
It just says, right, creature or creatures touched in the description. It says nothing about them being alive. No, it does. It does, you motherfucker. Oh, no, wait.
What? Tell me what you're doing.
Okay, an undead creature. It specifically says something about undead at the end. Sorry, I miss it because it disrupts the life force of living creatures. But
Don't say it heals.
no, it doesn't. An undead creature you touch takes no damage of either sort, but it must make a successful will save. So it doesn't make a fortitude, it now makes a will save. So can he please make a will save? Of course he can, it's a level 1 of 20.
Yes,
If he
he can.
fails this, I'll be upset. Yeah, or flee as if panicked for 1. But it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Because I can
He
just I
succeeded.
can do that again. Creature or creatures touched up to 1 per level. So I can do that now another 12 times without casting the spell again.
As
Yeah.
long as it's held.
Yeah. So hopefully
Okay.
that will
What
break
spell
his...
were you casting?
I
Or
don't
not?
want to tell you, because if
Okay.
there's a certain person watching, they'll get all smug. It's one I didn't want to...
Oh, right. Oh,
It's chill
okay.
Oh dear.
It's chill touch, okay?
Well, I don't
Fine.
remember-
Cast chill touch.
I don't remember what that does anyway, so don't worry.
It does strength damage to living creatures, and if he fails, they flee as if panicked for 1d4 plus 1 round per caster level. Undead would flee as if panicked.
Sure.
But obviously it doesn't matter. That's not what I'm using it for. I'm using it to try and just break that stupid scarab.
Yeah,
That's 1.
Well, 1 from you. It's already activated a few times for Ansel, slugging a few shots at it as well.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
I know how many attacks it has had to absorb.
I'm just going to keep doing
protect
it.
him. So
I'll
every
keep doing
time
it.
that the spell resistance kicks in, it breaks 1. Okay. Okay. So that was Obsidian's turn. We're back to the top of the round. Silasta, it is your turn.
I will take a full round for my adaptive style to... I need more tools, so I'm going to
Okay.
refresh my maneuvers.
Very good. You refresh your maneuvers. It is Daryk Redhaven's turn. And Obsidian, you have just rushed after him. And you've touched him. And he'll simply say, "You stand before me alone now, Bottom Graves. You would lay your hand upon me and allow me to return the honor." He is going to go for your touch armor class, please, Obsidian.
Couldn't just fucking hit me, could he? The touch armor class is 14. Oh, hold on.
Yes.
Hang on a second. Bark skin does not add to your touch, does it? Magic vestment does, though. Does it? No, the bark skin's really, yeah, it does. But that's plus 2. So 14, 15, 16 touch.
You still touched you, I'm afraid.
I figured it would. I just wanted to get it right.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Okay, one of your favourites, Obsidian. No save.
As opposed to all the spells I get to cast where there's a touch and then a thing and then a thing and then a thing and I have to do this, they have to roll that and then that and then that and then eventually it might do 2 points of damage. I'm not remotely
Obsidian.
Yeah, how does that work? How does one get spell resistance?
One becomes a lich.
Become a barbarian. Yeah, I think as a lich you do get spell. Actually, no, I think I get spell resistance in like a few levels.
43 points of damage as he
43.
lands his hand upon your throat and casts Vampiric Touch. And the gauntlets that are around his hands, you know, the ones that I said seem to be bleeding from the fingertips, activate as he calls upon the power of the hunger to sacrifice one of his spell slots to empower it. So that effectively that's an empowered vampiric touch that he's just laid on you. And all of the damage that he's taken thus far effectively is gone as he heals himself.
Yep. Nice. And Obsidian is once again clinging to life.
Well, fools, to face me. You could have stood by my side, but instead you denied me. And now you'll pay. You and your world will pay! That's his turn. Please roll a D2, please. I believe it's Obsidian's turn.
So that's there, isn't it?
I did it last time.
I believe it's you, yeah.
Oh, what the fuck did I just do? I started typing when I wasn't clicked in the box and a bunch of things went bling, bling, bling.
Hello.
Oh, that's my first 2.
Okay, so do D20.
12 and 1. Oh, no.
Oh, goodbye!
Oh,
Goodbye, Obsidian, and goodbye, Daryk.
Yeah, but it's goodbye, Obsidian, because Daryk can fly, turn into mist, bat. Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah.
I'm done. Well,
are you...
I mean, I had minimal hit points left anyway.
And what was the other one? 12?
12.
Oh, 12's already gone. So the as he says, for this you will pay, and whatever he was saying just a moment ago, and as literally the words like finish coming out of his mouth, the ground collapses beneath both of you, and, like into the void you all fall. This is
You know what pride comes before.
Exactly, and it's just like absolute chaos, like bricks and rubble just come clattering down around you as you fall. Oh my god, that was Daryk's turn as the floor gives out. Ansel.
Right.
And that cloud is still there.
I'm gonna finally emerge from behind the fog cloud.
God.
And surely Obsidian, he can summon something to carry him to safety, right? I don't.
No idea right now. I have no idea.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I'm just checking. I don't need to like do some
But
evasive
again,
maneuvers.
it'll take a full round and he'll be miles away, and it.
Well, that's
flies
probably a
lot
good
slower
thing.
than
'Cause
your
you can
thing.
heal
I'm going to be out of combat for a while.
I'm gonna blast Daryk then with a Eldritch Blast.
Okay.
From a distance. I'll do the spell resistance thing first, I guess. Jeez. Why did I multi-class? 28.
Is that Striker's Touch Armor class?
That was for the spell resistance, actually.
Oh, I do apologise. It bypasses the spell resistance. Excellent work.
That's good. 23 on his touch.
23 on his touch is a hit on his touch.
He takes 24 points of damage as Ansel reaches around the fog cloud. Ah!
Is it just your
I'm
Eldritch
fully-
power that you're using, yeah?
Yeah, I thought I would save the last admixture for when I could hit him, and then obviously I hit.
Amazing. Okay. 24. Perfect, yeah, your blast. Well, where'd you hit him? As he's falling at this point, and then you shoot him.
Yeah, I think just as his like shock of the thing collapsing underneath him, he's like, and then like he's like, right, it's time to transform then, or like do whatever he's gonna do to save himself, and then Ansel's blast just smacks him in the chest. He's like, oh!
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, like, you've proper got him, to be fair. Like, ground just falls out from beneath him. Even he's not ready for that, and he just gets, slammed in the chest by that attack. Incredible work. Okay. Right. That was Ansel's turn. Obsidian, you find the floor just gives out beneath you, and you plunge into the darkness. What do you do?
Well, okay. I mean, the shade's still next to him. I could have a last-ditch attempt. Let's just, or no hope, no, like, you know what I mean? Like, you just gotta go for it. You just gotta go for it. I'm gonna
What are you going to do?
I'm gonna fire a spell at him. I don't need to land a touch, I don't think. Let me just quickly check. It's not, we'll give it a shot. It might mess him up a bit. Okay, so Shade is still next to him. He's on -2, she's on -4 still, and that's probably a thing. And yeah, it just automatically targets him, so I've just got to beat his spell resistance. 35, not 20. I mean, it doesn't matter because he's still got an Nailmaker will save. He is -4 though, so you never know. Fingers crossed. Will save of 24.
24.
Yes.
Sorry, that's a success.
Yeah, well, then it doesn't work. Nothing happens. Shocker.
You hit him with it. Sadly, it doesn't work.
Beauty of being a caster.
So you plunge into the darkness, but you're still falling, okay?
Yep.
Oh no, you're floating because you got your feather fall. Okay, so you float. as
Well,
you
I'm
watch him.
I'm still falling. It slows you slightly, but you're still falling
It's
at
feather
great
fall.
speed.
It's feather fall. Not enough to be harmful. That's the whole point of it. So that's obsidian then, unless you can think of anything else.
No, that's me. That's my turn.
Okay, then we're back to the top of the round. Silaster.
I will delay until after Daryk's turn.
So you return to your point in the initiative then.
I'll return to my original, yeah.
Okay. Daryk is going to use, I'm pretty sure that this is Here's a standard action. Yeah, so Daryk appears to fall away into a cloud of bats. And then swirling like a hurricane of wings, rises up above the platform, and then at will drops the effect. And that's his turn. And he'll go there. He'll be right on the edge. Your friend falls into oblivion, Snow Elf, and you shall soon follow him. That is Daryk's turn, because, yeah, standard action to assume the form of a bat swarm, and then move, and then drop it. Yeah, that's his turn. It's now on to you, Silaster.
Then I will, as a swift action, go back into the Child of Shadow stance. I will move forward. Oh, there's another round on haste. And I will attempt a greater insightful strike.
Okay.
29.
That's against his normal armor class, yeah?
And that's with his minuses, so yeah, normal armor class.
Shade is next to him. That is a hit.
Oh!
Yes.
Oh!
Shade does something to fuck him up, and your attack lands.
My attack comes like a blade of shadow. This is a greater insightful strike, but instead of like a Tai Chi palm, it's attempt like a stake, like a shadowy stake through the chest. That's what he's attempting.
Okay.
For 62 points of damage.
Christ alive.
Oh, God. For the first time, Daryk goes... Like a black blood just explodes out of his mouth as you just slam this shadowy stake like hard into his chest, and he staggers away from you like horrified at what you've done. Anything else on your turn, Silaster?
Nope, that's a bit of everything.
Very good. Right. Your turn has returned to there, which means, Ansel, it's your turn.
So I think what the Shade did to help Silaster there was he just delayed the bats reforming for a second, which gave Silaster that extra second to get exactly in the right spot to
Nice.
shadow stake the bastard. And then Ansel will attempt to blast from the other side of the cavern again. He's nice and far away, but we want to try and get rid of that now.
Okay.
Stupid stuff. Overcoming spell resistance does not succeed.
It does not. Your blast sails towards him. However, your Eldritch... Can you just give me an attack to see if you hit his touch?
Yeah, sure. 15.
No, nothing happens. Okay, that's your turn, Ansel, unless you have anything else?
Nope.
Okay, Obsidian.
I start summoning.
You begin summoning. Okay, as you plunge into the darkness, you begin summoning. We're back to the top of the round. Silaster, you see that you've made ground here. The vampire staggers, that shadowy stake dissipating from his chest. He gasps at you. What do you do now?
Oh, I've moved. It's he.
Oh, of course you did, yes. I'm going to cross your name out there. Try and make that bigger. Silaster. He's enraged. And he is going to swing that... you're going to swing that Scepter of Final Death as hard as you can at your head. Class, please.
28.
There's a hit. A miss. And a miss! My goodness, so he swings the first strike hard, but the other two, he's hit you, you just sort of fallen back. And you take 18 points of bludgeoning damage for the trouble.
It might not make a lot of difference, but the weapon damage is -2.
16 points of bludgeoning damage then, sorry, Silaster.
Thank you.
That was pretty bad for him, like he missed twice there, that was dreadful. Yeah, so he swings and he catches you once, but you manage to dart out of the way of his other strikes as he goes at you with like fury and venom in his eyes.
I'm so I have a mischance, but it's...
Oh, no, please roll it then in case of that final strike that potentially... Yeah, it still hit you. No worries, it's your turn, as that was a full round of attack from him.
Have I spotted, or can I do a spot check to see? Because I've obviously been out of it when they've been looking at this glimmering.
You'll have
scarab.
seen that happening, but whether you know its meaning or not, you do not know, because you've not had a conversation with your friends. If you want to do either a magic device or an arcana check of some kind, then you can learn. But it's not going to be a super easy one.
No, and I've only got basic arcana from a textbook I read
That's
a long
fine.
time ago.
You can still make a roll. You never know. It's just got to be high.
No,
you have no idea.
No idea. Could just be a little.
You've seen that it's been flashing every time that the spell resistance has been required, then it's flashed.
How bizarre. Well, I went for the stake this time. I'm going to try the beheading. I'm going for an obscuring shadow veil. There's 2 shadow blades across.
Yeah,
the
he's
neck.
-2 to his armor class still. Yep. So roll it up.
Yep.
35.
That's a hit. Oh my god.
Yes.
Turning it around.
This is... Oh. 52 points of damage.
Christ.
Oh my god. It reels from the strike. You're going for a beheading, you don't kill him, but you just slash across his throat, and more of that horrible black ichor oozes from him. And now you see more than ever that this is just an ancient feral creature that has long lingered in the shadow, and now it's fighting like a caged animal. Just dreadful fury in its gaze. Because he did his full round of attacks. Oh, I'm so sorry. Please roll a D2, please. Ansel.
Sure thing. 1.
Roll a D20.
Go on, make it a 2. It'd be so
16.
funny. That's the one you're on.
Oh no.
Oh no, it is!
That's the one you're on.
There
So
goes my
you can
hero.
Right, you can reflex save, but that will throw you into the acid fog that's still fucking there.
Well, to be honest, I was planning on teleporting next turn anyway, so I'm happy to.
Okay.
Yes,
Well,
Fog's got another 6 rounds
But
left
could you
here.
argue a balance turn? If you make the reflex, a balance
on that little
Balance
corner.
on
at that little cusp.
You know what? Because it's fun, yes, you can give me a reflex save, and if you can balance Ansel, you can land on that corner.
Okay.
You'll be fine,
the
I'm sure,
longs.
anyway.
12.
You just fall away with the the thing. But if you're going to teleport, it's fine. You'll probably be fine on your turn. We will discover that after Silaster's turn. It is your turn. You are locked in battle with the vampire.
But
No, sorry. It's because I forgot to do the collapsing floor before your turn. So you took your turn. Ansel, it is now actually your turn. So you said you wish to teleport.
Yeah, so I can teleport 45 feet, which takes me exactly to there.
Incredible. Shum, you appear there. Anything else on your
then
turn?
I can move as well. So I would like to move. And I will give.
Very good.
I'm going to swap places with the shade in case anybody wants to take advantage of that. Yep, and that's it. I will activate my claws just in case he decides to move, but it doesn't necessarily do anything. It just lets me use them if he decides to leave my threat range.
Yeah, perfect. Okay.
So Ansel just advances on him with the claws
I love
stretched
that.
out.
You're all rounding on him now. And with that concluding your turn, then Ansel, we cut to Obsidian, who is falling through the darkness. But your summoning
It will appear.
is complete. So what are you summoning?
Same. It's the only
I'm
thing I
glad
can
I
summon
kept
that
him
can
there.
fly.
I thought, you know what,
Literally
we
the
might
only
need
thing I've
him.
got.
So I just hid him rather than delete him, which I'm quite pleased with. So bear with. There he is.
Now it's gone 6, level 5, so I've got one more level 5 left. Running very low on spells. Have basically nothing left I can actually do in this combat, boys. Survive, maybe.
Control.
I have control? I do have control. How far did I fall? That's the question to know.
You fell a round, so as you summoned.
150.
But you were feather falling, so
100.
So yeah. 100.
Halved.
Okay.
Is it half?
So
So that would be. We'll say you fell 60 feet. There we go. Because you were feather falling. Like that's the whole point of the spell,
the
right?
dragon. Where the fuck? I'm sorry, I've got so many windows open. There he is. He can fly 60 feet.
Hey.
So he will appear and just woof me back up to level, and I'll stay on his back. Because why not?
Because it's cool.
Because it's cool. And how many have I got left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've got 3 of these left. So I might as well, because to be honest, I've lost the chill touch thing now. I don't know how many more times I can do it. I'm going to try for a ranged touch attack.
Okay.
They all went really well before. This probably won't. We can try. 10. So it's 12 with the heroism. Do I have any other bonuses? No, I'm not flanking or anything. Well, no, I'm not flanking. Of course not. It's range touch, so.
Oh no! Oh no!
You know what? Obsidian jumps off the back of the wyvern.
No,
Just
because
leads to his fucking useless death.
Did we agree that a fumble is
useless. I mean, I don't know.
You have the
Fumbling a
potential.
ranged touch, so yes.
But you have the potential to hit one of us. I know that's one of the effects on the table.
Confirm the
possibly,
fumble,
yeah.
please, because it could be possibly a fumble. We'll find out.
It's a 22 on his touch armor class.
Because he's in the area of the shade, that would have been a success. So that is just a miss in that case.
Just a miss and another wasted spell.
Afraid so, and because it missed, it does not come into factor into the lasting scarab of protection.
Less than useless.
We are back to the top of the round, and the strangers are now on all fronts against Daryk Redhaven. He realizes that he's gonna have to call on some great power. So for his turn, he just gives out a billowing screech, and the pitch of it goes higher and higher until it's like and monstrous. And suddenly, bursting out of his back, you see terrible wings. He begins to transform into this monstrous shape. See the power that the hunger can bring. Imagine what it will be. Imagine the influence, the raw potential I shall have as the Knight of Shadow, a Knight of Darkness, a Knight of never-ending doom. He spends his full round doing that. As he goes into his final form.
Oh, this is his final form.
Yes.
Is it?
Or is it?
Maybe.
Yeah, that's it. You never can quite tell. But yeah, there he goes. That's his turn. With that, it is Silas's turn.
Well, I'll have to make the most of my final round of
I'm
haste.
sorry. I'm so sorry. Please roll a d2.
Oh, me, yes.
Yes, it is you this time.
Oh my god.
Oh, for God's sakes.
It's okay, it's okay.
One of them a 2, it'll just end everything and it'll be so funny.
17,
20
12.
gone. 12 is also already gone. Oh my god!
My final round of haste, I will go for a full attack, and conveniently, with his new size bonus, I'm flanking. So, punch 1.
Yes, you are.
No. Punch 2. 34.
34 is a hit.
Punch 3. 30.
It is a hit because of the shade.
Beautiful. That is... Oh, for... 37 points of damage. Just... Why won't you die again?
Yeah, he's like giving this feral hiss as you strike him again and again. Amazing. That is your turn unless there's anything else.
That's a full round, but as of that, now my haste has... Well, actually, no, technically it's still effect for the round. This is my final round, so next round I won't have haste. So
Okay. With
It's
that
okay.
then, Ansel, it's your turn.
Yeah, Ansel's gonna extend his claws and just slash 2 Eldritch Claw strikes. On his touch, 23.
These are hits.
16.
Is a miss.
To overcome his spell resistance, 27.
Passes the spell resistance.
34 points of damage.
Oh my
Magical
god, here
damage.
we go. What is it like as you slam your attacks into Daryk and he gives like a blood-curdling howl?
Ansel's like, you've had centuries to get better. Now your time is up, and your judgment is here. As he just slashes across the back after Silas has punched him in the face.
You're just all just ganging up on him now, raining attack after attack down upon him. Anything else, Ansel?
No.
Obsidian.
hang on.
You say all.
What's that?
Was that a full round of attack?
It was.
Have you used your full round of attack thing?
I've not, so if he's susceptible to being shaken, he needs to do a will save DC 23. He's
He
obviously
passes.
at -4 to that. No worries. Thanks for
Even with
remembering.
that, sorry. Yeah. Well remembered.
Oh, I'm clinging in for anything.
Any minor advantage.
Obsidian.
Well, the Wyvern might as well have a go. It's flanking, so...
Have a go, go on.
So it's normally plus 11, 13, and then an extra 2 for flanking, so 1 hit with its talons. 30.
It's a hit.
Is a hit. Wow.
It's to the shades present once more.
Fucking zombie is doing better than I am.
Isn't that always the way?
Wyvern just rises up and just belts him.
17 points of slashing damage.
Yeah. And it
that
has your
was
magic
the
effect on
Wyvern.
it, doesn't it? So that counts. It bypasses, yep.
Oh, yeah, it'll also do an extra 5 points of cold.
No, it doesn't,
unless he's
unfortunately,
immune.
but the
But it
magic
is, but that
effect
does make it
allows
magic,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
All right.
Perfect.
I have 2 more attempts at this very specific spell I took for this very specific day that hasn't worked once. So let's give it another go.
Use it or
I
lose it,
don't
man.
get any flanking because it is a ranged touch, so we're just going for the
Right.
same old. 10, 11, 12. It's a 16, so no.
On his part, and that was
roll
a castle
20.
check, yeah.
Honestly, it just...
That was
Nah,
a
that
castle
was the
level
touch.
shit.
That was the touch, mate.
Okay, you might want to. Okay. Yeah, shit. It misses, so thus does not interact with the spell resistance. That's unfortunate.
You have to do the touch before the caster level, because
Yes,
otherwise it doesn't.
Otherwise, it just misses.
So it's
yeah.
only fair.
No. I know. Right.
Absolutely at the whim of roll 20, and it isn't going to happen.
I mean, it's nuts, mate.
And
I
I have
can't
one
deny
more
it.
spell that can do damage to this guy. After that,
Okay.
I am absolutely
We need
useless.
that.
I
we
might
need
as
the
well
spell
be a
resistance
villager.
gone. Right, back to the top of the round, and it's Daryk Redhaven's turn. And he is just beset, and to be honest with you, I think he just wants to. What can he do? Try something risky. If you cast a spell and then you provoke an attack opportunity and get hit, that stops you, right? Or does that mean you have to do a concentration?
No, you have to do concentration.
He's going to attempt to do that, so he attempts to cast a spell, but that will provoke an attack of opportunity of Ansel and Synaster.
And the dragon.
Very risky. And the dragon, yes, of course.
Yeah.
He is,
And I'm flanking. 38.
that's a hit.
18.
That's
about
a
nat
hit.
20.
The 18's a miss, sadly.
It's fine.
So 2 hits. We will total that damage.
19.
Oof.
Cast a level check. 29.
Surpasses the spell resistance.
Excellent. In one way. It would be nice to finally finish off that fucking amulet. 34 points. Sylastra and Ansel. Slap him about!
Absolutely. Oh my god. That's an insane amount of damage. What's that together? 34 and
That
19.
is
53.
Looking at his
Quite
concentrate.
So 63 is the concentrate DC.
Yeah, I mean, I'll roll.
You never know.
I'll roll. I mean, it was really close, but sadly not. He basically reaches out a hand, and that terrible, ghostly magic that had like ripped you into another place entirely, Sylaster, is about to be triggered. But Ansel and Sylaster, you both strike him at the same time, and the damage is just too much, knocking the spell from his grasp. He teeters on the edge, his wings beat once to keep him held in place. Spell, you've all provoked the. You've done your attacks opportunity, so he's going to make the most of that, and he's going to move. He's going to be smart. Single beat of his wings, whoop, bam, lands on the edge here now.
I mirror pursuit.
Wow. Okay, yep, you zoom after him, not allowing him to escape your threat range. I love it. And it's now your turn, Sylaster, as you follow him.
I follow behind him and I will attempt a mountain hammer and straight into his back through the wings.
Hey.
Ooh, the way.
Never mind, 23.
Yeah, you just go boom, and your mountain hammer just falls short as he beats his wings and dodges out of the way.
Standard and can't do a counter because I did one already. That's it.
That's all.
We'll join you. And Ansel will slash once with a claw. 20 on his touch.
That is a miss, unfortunately, even with the shade there. You've
Shit.
hit the number that you require.
Yeah. Nothing.
Nothing.
Got nothing for you. Whiffed it.
We both whiffed it.
Yeah.
It's not matter what you bring before me. The outcome of this battle will always be the same. Obsidian.
Well, I've only got one thing I can do.
You take
Might as well.
careful aim.
Might as well fly in with the dragon. The dragon will fly closer. I don't want to roll it, because it's the last one and it's just going to be such an anti-climax. 27 on his touch.
Hit on his touch.
Still got to beat spell resistance. 21 on his spell resistance. There we go.
However,
And there we go. Too
the
many
spell
hoops to jump
hits, and the amulet is utterly fractured and explodes off his neck as the sixth and final slot is spent on the scarab.
It's only 6.
Are you serious?
So long.
So the last spell I can possibly do that can do damage has
Yeah.
just broken it.
Well,
And
each
now I
time,
can do
because
as
you've
much
been
damage as I
surpassing
like
it,
without
it
spell
doesn't
resistance.
get used if you surpass the spell resistance. It only works
Yeah.
if the spell resistance blocks something. So
Yeah, but what you're saying is, now that
Yes.
I can beat the spell resistance, and there's no
So
spell
I
resistance, so I can now do loads of damage. I'm out of spells that can do him damage. That's what
That's
you're saying.
spellcasters, man.
Thanks, Roll20. You've been great. This is great. I'm out of the fight, boys. I literally have
Obsidian,
nothing.
give me a spot check, or no, give me an either a
Don't
magic
ask for a
device
roll.
or an arcana check.
Arcana, I can't do magic.
It's your turn.
23.
You also spot the glinting device that has always been on the belt of Ansel, the glass of I've just forgotten the name of it.
Atonement.
Atonement? The glass of atonement glitters there, seemingly still interacting with the fugue prism. It is still there, it is still an option, but that is the end of your turn.
Obsidian definitely wouldn't destroy the fugue prism and all the
Well, you're not
Souls
necessarily
in it.
sure it will destroy it in one, you don't know.
yeah, he
You do
wouldn't
not
it.
know.
There's just no way. He would never do that. He would
Okay.
not risk all the dead. It's in the city that he grew up in, man. Those are the souls of his dead friends and probably relatives.
Okay.
He's not going to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that is your turn.
If there was some sort of on Ansel's belt, you notice a sphere of not sucking anymore. That'd be great, but unfortunately, such an item does not exist.
He yells and he holds the scepter of final death high, and he will bring his first strike down upon the wyvern that holds you aloft, Obsidian.
Ah, yes, of course. Well, that would be entirely applicable. You will note that I am very low on health, and he can see that. Just, whether
Oh no, but his intention is to stop you from flying around on the back of a big dragon, and he knows he can disrupt the dragon, so that's what he's attempting to do. The armor class of the wyvern is
22.
that is a hit. So that. Let's see. Where the hell are my dice? What have I done with them? I was using that exact. Oh, there they are. Becoming dice blind with the battle. That is. I'll do that again. That's lucky. So the wyvern takes 22 points of bludgeoning damage. And can it please make a will save, please, lest it be destroyed?
And I'm falling again. Bye, guys. Bye.
You will be awarded a reflex saving throw on your turn to see if you can hurl yourself to the platform.
I'll try.
He smashes the wyvern.
Otherwise, I
from beneath you.
literally am dead because I've got no more spells. Can't summon
Yeah.
anymore. So
You're just gonna fall into the
I'm out.
darkness.
Bye.
Yeah. My God. Okay. Hopefully, that will turn out well for you. But that was one attack. He takes out the wyvern, and then he levels his second attack at Silasta.
27.
How do you parry his strike?
Oh, just... I'm in the groove now. Dodge to the left.
And then Ansel AC,
21.
he hits you for 23 points of bludgeoning damage.
Does he have reach?
Yeah, he's got the reach of a large creature now.
Cool, yeah.
So he
Just
belts you, and then that is his turn. Please roll a d2 obsidian.
Do you know what?
No.
I love you, right? I do, guys.
You really want to roll a 3,
I
don't you?
really want to roll a 3. I just do. It's gone so badly for me that I just want to see the world burn right now.
I understand. I
Everyone
understand.
shuts up.
I understand.
I'm sorry. This was the culmination of such a long arc for a character that has just been the worst anticlimax ever.
I'm
Never
sorry,
play a
man.
Dread Necromancer. It is just a shit. It's
Please
so
roll
shit.
a d2 first.
Oh, go on. It's 2.
Okay, roll 2d20 for me, please.
9 and 8.
That's fine.
No, I
That's
do.
fine.
I want you guys to beat him. I do. I do want you to
8,
beat him.
the platform next to you just crumbles away. Oh my God.
I do want you to beat him, guys. I really do. You have done so well. in
9's already gone.
doing him damage and stuff. You really have. You need to finish it.
Okay, let's have a look. That was his turn, culminates in the floor collapsing. Great. Silencer.
Okay. I'm going to make a touch attack.
Okay.
21 on his touch with the shade.
With the shade there, that's a success.
Okay. We are both going to make a trip attempt, so a dexterity roll.
Or strength.
Or strength.
He will take strength.
And I will use my final Helm Band of Battle for this.
And it's just straight strength or dex, right? There's nothing that you add on to it.
But it's treated as a trip attempt, so any trip bonuses they'd have. If they're four-legged, for example.
Okay, I have the DC. It's high.
Oh, fuck. 18.
Failure.
I attempt to jump up, grab his head, and essentially throw him into the platform, as opposed to throwing him up. I wanted to throw him straight down, but... yeah. I grab him, fumble it.
Yeah, you fumble it. Sad. Well, you don't fumble it, but it just doesn't work. Sadly, he just puts you aside. He's just like
Stunner doesn't work.
Terrifying, like feral night creature, wielding that terrible scepter of final death. He raises it high, but it's not his turn. Ansel, it's your turn.
Hang on. I still have actions.
Oh, I apologise. Go ahead then.
Then act.
Then act.
But I'm going to need to figure out a way to do this. No, actually, there's... I would move as a free 5-foot step here, hopefully to give an aid bonus to Obsidian.
You'll be able to help him in his save,
Just-
yes.
Stretching, like, I've tried that and land, and I'm reaching out a hand.
Perfect. So as that concludes Silas's turn, and Ansel.
I'll take a full round of attacks on the vampire in front of me.
By all means.
Eldritch Claws out.
Do it. Do
I'll
it.
burn the last of my admixture on the first one. Hopefully it hit him on that. 28.
A single strike into him again.
And the second one, 18 on his touch. But possible.
18 is sadly a miss, even with the shade in proximity. The first one lands.
Is there no spell resistance now, or is there still a...
There is no spell resistance.
So, fiery strike. 44 points of damage.
Oh.
6 of those are fire.
Oh my god. It gives out like a bellowing screech as you just fiery claws just rip through him, burning away part of his wing. Like rubble crumbles over the edge at his heels.
And then take a 5-foot step to be also within grabbing range if needed.
Do you want to know, Ansel? Don't you want to know everything that I know with the Knight of Shadow? You are linked, you and he. You are from the same source. But as he gasps that, it is now Obsidian's turn. Obsidian, you hurtle through the air, your undead steed vanquished. Please make a reflex saving throw to see if you can grab on.
Okay, 14. So no. 14 sucks. That's even with my heroism with the +2, I rolled a 3. Thank you, roll 20. Thank you so much.
Silaster, what was your
So
roll? What was your remaining, like, on your turn? Did you have, like, what? It wasn't an action, was it? It was like a... Did you use your movement on your turn?
No, I just took a free 5-foot step and a standard action, so I've still got a movement.
I would allow you also to reflex to see if you can catch Obsidian, Silaster. If you didn't use that, that's fine. I thought you had a full move.
27.
You catch hold of Obsidian and drag him onto the platform as you tumble to there. Obsidian, you can occupy the space next to Silaster, away from the edge. There you go. Oh my god. On this platform quivering in nothingness. Oh my god. So that means you may act Obsidian. What do you do?
I can't occupy the same square as 1, 2, 3. I could move to there, but that's occupying his space. I can't get near him. All the
You
space
can
is
occupy the space of
The shade.
the shade.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll
But
do
you
that.
just lose that the shade's effect, essentially.
You can just move the shade to a space near him if you want, so I don't mind.
think
If you
I
want to
might
make it to a
have.
different one. Over
I'm
the edge,
just
something.
I'm counting every little spell. 6,
Got 10 to
7.
reach.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got 1 left. That
Oh, you do have one. Oh, that's all right then.
very likely won't work. No, not of the same one, and this is a very unlikely. Oh, hang on, this is level 4. No, it is 1. It is 1. It is 1. Okay, it's still a touch. It is a touch.
Okay.
Standard touch. No. Okay. Well, never mind then.
As a 4. Oh my god.
Oh man.
You lunge at him and he's sort of like
I don't
just
even.
pushes you back. I wish mate, I'm so sorry. That's terrible.
Yeah,
That's
it is
terrible.
what it is, mate. It is what it is. It's an
Um,
epic, wonderful fight that I've literally just felt beyond useless in. It's not because of the
stares-
fight.
He stares at each of you, and he says, growling through blood that's like pouring from his mouth, and he will say, "How far you have come, strangers. How far you have come, only to fall at the last hurdle. I have been I've been with you since the beginning, and I will be with you as it ends. He is going to bring about a deadly strike. Can you roll? He's going to provoke an attack opportunity from each of you.
Yeah, we'll take it.
35.
13 on his touch.
Miss.
That's a bad miss.
19 points of damage.
I mean, I'll take an attack of opportunity. It won't work. I'll give it a go. I have got talons on, so. I've got heroism.
Oh!
Sidian.
Hang on. That's 1 point of damage. It's 1d6
Well, hang
minus 1.
Was that at his normal armor class? Sorry.
Normal armor class, yeah. Did that not hit him?
With the shade, his armor class is 28, so unfortunately that's a miss.
So no, it didn't hit him anyway, and even if it did,
For some reason I thought it was
Let's
a touch.
not
I do apologise.
Let's not get too fucking excited, eh?
Don't get too carried away, man.
Don't get too excited. Something didn't work. Something didn't land. Fucking hell.
So Lester, you do catch him with one as he will just step backwards off the balcony, the platform. And he just hovers there. Trying to position him correctly. Why does that keep it? Right, okay. Yeah, he's there. And he reaches out a hand. I need one of you to roll a D4. Forget if it's a 4. Silaster, you're 1. Obsidian, you're 2. Ansel, you're 3. Reroll if it's a 4.
I'll
One
do it.
Silaster,
I can't
2
fail
Obsidian,
this.
You can just roll a
3 is
d3.
Ansel. Well, oh yeah, it just
Yeah,
saves you
roll a
typing
D3.
it in. Okay. Silaster's 1, Obsidian's 2, Ansel's 3. Ansel.
Sorry, Ansel.
It's alright.
What's your touch
had
arm
hoped.
class?
I
Touch
had
is
hoped it
13.
would go another way.
You're nodding towards me.
That is
We're in this together.
Well, we weren't in this together earlier when I started falling the first fucking time.
I knew you had summons. You used them several times.
You'd also gassed Silaster for several turns, but prior to that.
Yeah, I know, because he didn't catch me when I was falling. Because he said he could teleport. Not this frog.
okay.
Well, you didn't specify. To be more specific.
Can you roll a d4 for me, please, Ansel? You'll want this to be low.
2.
You take 2 negative levels as an enervation beam just explodes into your chest.
I wish he'd gone for me now.
I shall wither you away, strangers.
God, I wish he'd gone for me.
And then aligned as you are each standing before him, the terrible vampire. You realise that this is the really the do or die moment. Can we have a D2 first of all from whoever is due to roll that?
And so I think
I'm losing track of who rolls it, so
it was me last time, wasn't it?
yeah, I think right. 1, roll a D20. Try to be a 3.
14.
14. 14's already gone.
There we
The
go.
rubble crumbles away. Silaster, you're watching as the thing's wings beat. It's do or die. Can the strangers be victorious?
Well, I need to keep that safe. I'm looking at Ansel here because I'm at a loss with what I know I can do effectively. But Salaster will take two of those daggers he had picked up earlier and just throw two bleeding daggers at him. First one. 28, I think, is a miss.
Hit. No, it's a miss. The shade is not near.
30, though.
The shade is not near. That is a miss.
Oh, damn it.
So
Both
two guys
daggers.
jump, jump, and he just goes spits them out of the way.
That was it, full attack.
Okay. Ansel, it's your turn.
The question is, how bad does it look? That's...
The vampire looks pretty ragged. Like there's like fire like blazing off his shoulders from where you struck him with your admixture. He has sort of like black ichor like running down his chest. He's breathing heavy. He looks bad, but how bad? It's so difficult to tell with undead. You know they can go through so much.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my movement to take a potion of heroism, just to counteract the negative energy levels. Yeah, that pretty much does. Yeah, that pretty much undoes that. In terms of rolls and stuff. But it means I only get one attack. I'm gonna step forward. Got 10-foot range. The shade is gonna jump in right on the edge, and then I'll do one claw attack.
Of course you can reach.
Reach 22 on his touch.
And because of the shade, that is a hit. Your claws reach out over the void.
$34 points of damage. That's pretty high.
Ansel, what is it like as you defeat Daryk Redhaven?
Oh my god. I think he, if you'll allow me a little,
You think you want? He basically, his next move is to rush you. So like, he beats his wings once and just goes at you. What do you do?
Oh, amazing! That's perfect. Ansel, as he rushes him, he almost catches him and spins, taking his momentum down to the ground, almost in like a hug. Like an embrace on the ground, and Ansel says to him, "We didn't have to be monsters," and then activates his Eldritch Claws around his neck.
Around his neck is exactly the question, because yes, you brought him to 0, but as you know, a vampire has to be dispatched in a certain way, but that certain way is achieved. The look of surprise, disdain, horror, as you say, we didn't have to be monsters, and words escape him as he dies, and he says, "Yet I have known nothing else." his head comes away. And then there is a horrendous screeching explosion from his corpse as thousands of years and thousands of victims, terrible agony can be heard in a cacophony as Daryk Redhaven is sundered from this world. Black, murky ash explodes into tornadoes of black fire. And he is gone. The fugue prism hangs there, rocking beneath the what remains of the fractured frame, and its power appears to be maintaining your hovering position here. Daryk, as he died, drops some belongings that aren't immediately destroyed, but everything that he was effectively carrying is destroyed in the black fire of his final moments. But what lands at his feet looks like a bag of holding.
Well, we'll gather that up straight away. Is the fugue prism reachable if we go over them?
If you were on the two grey platforms next to it, you would be able to reach it.
I'll teleport us all over there with the flee the scene ability.
Yeah. Each of you move over there. I should get rid of Daryk as he falls and is gone totally. The ball continues to tumble over the edges, but this seems fairly secure. You can give me a use magic device check, or a knowledge arcana check, or a knowledge religion check.
Or a mountain hammer.
Smash
do a mountain hammer if you prefer.
Use magic device 37.
25 knowledge arcana.
Yeah, each of you are fairly certain that if you were to leave this as it was, that when night falls, when the turn of the day happens, when the Fugue Moon was due to rise, if left as it is, Daryk's plan will still come to fruition. A Fugue Moon will rise into the sky and it will trigger the first omen, thus meaning that the end of days begins 1 year early. If you're to leave it like this, you know that that will be the case, and thus that will mean that the Night of Shadow will arrive on the plane of Main Realm, if not disrupted in some way.
Obsidian, this is your area of expertise.
I mean, would Obsidian know how to... They had hold of it before, didn't they, when they had it? I'm pretty sure they could take it in some way.
You could take it and recover it, and removing it from the mirror chain, you know then that would break the circuit for sure.
That's absolute what he'll do.
Okay then. In that case, I'm going to need you to give me a... Let me see, I had it written here somewhere. You can give me a knowledge arcana check to see if you're successful in doing so.
22.
What is it like as you are able to pull the fugue prism from its stasis? Like, what type of power are you using to do that?
I think, to be honest, he probably gets Silas the Announcer to hold his arm while he leans right out across to reach it. And sort of has to really reach out and grab into the center for it. And I imagine it's just his sheer necromantic power just surrounding his arm and his hand reaching into the center and sort of shrouding this thing and pulling it towards him.
You realise that as you pull it towards you, you will be able to remove the Fugue Prism from this and break the circuit and end the machinations of Daryk Redhaven forever. In doing so, you will compromise the floating advantage that you currently have.
Yeah, where's our teleport, boys?
Yeah, Ansel holds up the ring.
We're all touching each other right now, so...
I beg your pardon.
I'm touching my
Balls.
ring and also touching
Your ring?
you. Yes.
You're
lucky it's not a staff.
We're
Trick
all
flies in,
holding
land on your shoulder.
hands. Yeah, Trick flies in as well.
The Cry runs up
Cry
and crawls up
We're over
Ansel's
there.
shoulder.
No one for Celeste.
And yeah, so he will grab it and pull it out, and the second that he knows that it's free of the power that's holding it in the center, and I imagine everything starts to kind of give way, he gives the signal to Ansel.
Ansel will wait. He wants to wait. I want to see what happens to this place.
I want to watch the world burn. Do it. Wait. Let's watch the world burn together.
I'll teleport away at the last second, but
Where will you teleport to, Ansel?
yeah, we should have discussed that first.
It's your choice.
Your choice.
It's down to you, innit? Yeah, take us wherever you like. Somewhere exotic. Somewhere with some sunshine.
To go somewhere that's very familiar is 1 to 97 to be directly on target. Study carefully 1 to 94, seen casually 188, viewed once 176, and so
Do you remember that time a few years ago where you studied that beach carefully?
I think that Ansel hasn't thought it through properly that he would need to do this, and so he goes to the first place that comes to his mind. So he teleports everyone to a
Cave with the Cyclops.
yeah. No, nothing like that. He teleports everyone to a small village in Faerun.
I can't allow that because your range won't get. Do you mean Faereld?
Yeah, that's the one.
You won't
Too
be
far.
able to reach that, sadly. Your spell does not enable you to travel that far, sadly.
And to
You
Bleak
could-
Town.
Does it
You go to
not?
Bleak Town?
I thought it did.
Yeah, it's 1d10 times 1d10% of the distance travel. Well, but even though it
It's
is
too
quite a vast amount, that is still too far. That's like on the other side of the continent almost.
No worries. Let's just go to Bleak Town.
You can go to Bleak Town, and as you do, Obsidian, you pull the Fugue Prism, and you feel like everything just snaps, and it's almost like you're like pulling the cord out from, or the keystone out from the whole structure. The frame gives way totally, and as the strangers zoom, vanish, you are not privy to the calamity that then follows. As any residue of that power and the Fugue Prism just goes straight up the mirror chain, like in a spiraling domino effect. Every single mirror in that place just shatters, and each one of them holds the image of the strangers forevermore. The destruction of Daryk Redhaven sends a cataclysmic wave through his followers, which immediately disperses any that served under his power. The remaining Night Spawn, the Vampire Spawn, all of them within Castle Redhaven are driven from the place. Perhaps somewhere you could return to. That's prime real estate, after all. You do return to the edges of Bleak Town, however, and it is as night is falling that you are coming to an eventual rest. Your hearts are pounding from this experience. And you are shocked to discover that as you have been within Castle Redhaven, snow has fallen. The sickle moons hang in the sky, denoting the change from the month of reaping to the month of moon dance. And there to greet it are the sickle moons, high up, almost smiling down upon you. In the far distance, you see Castle Redhaven upon the hollow descent, upon that outcrop, that hollow rock. And you see vast columns of smoke and fire rising up all around it. The detonation of the mirror chain. Such a powerful magical circuit being unmade is cataclysmic. As we round out the session, I'd like to ask each of the strangers what's running through their minds, and we'll start with Silaster. What is Silaster thinking as snow is falling around you for the first time in many, many days and many, many months?
Wow, I mean, there is a change in tone with the snow falling for Silaster. Happiness, irreverence, but there is a relief. And as much as he wants to let that settle and revel in it, his mind is scattering. And it lingers with the thoughts of approaching omens and perils. But then the face and that mask and the guile just seems to not leave his mind.
Yes. Obsidian, what's running through your mind as the battle is at an end and you find yourself returned here?
I think Obsidian feels no relief at all. He thought that he would, but his path was leading him, as he'd said before. He needed power so that he might get back to his family, or be able to get back to his family. He needed to be more powerful than those that would stop him from doing that. And this fight proved that someone who had threatened his family and his children so strongly would have easily outdone him. Were it not for his teammates, he doesn't feel like he's powerful enough. And there's a certain, even more of a sort of slightly crazed intensity in his eye, where he now, for in his mind, a really good cause to be there for his family, to keep them safe, to return to them, now has this almost lust for power. He needs more so that he can be better. That fight just proved to him that he's not even close and he needs more. And I think that he needs to endeavor to go after that.
Finally, Ansel, under the smiling grin of the sickle moons that welcome you like family, what do you think of, and what runs through your mind as the snow falls?
Ansel's mind is on what he and Daryk spent most of the interaction shouting at each other about. His mind is turned to monsters. He thinks of himself, and he thinks of Daryk and the pity he feels for the vampire who never had anyone to help him not be a monster. And he also thinks about how far he has come, but also what he's becoming, and whether that's taking him closer to being a person, or whether it's dragging him kicking and screaming back into being a monster.
It's like an instinct draws your hand, Ansel, to the glass of atonement that has rested at your side throughout the whole battle. You resisting the urge to wield its power, destroying the Fugue Prism in return for having some kind of massive power of the vampire. You look into it, and that mirror that had been fused together it gives you an inviting kind of glint. And a voice says, "It's that time again. Do you wish to see what I would show you?"
Ansel pauses and then says, "Yes, show me everything."
And as you say, "Show me everything," your vision fills, Ansel. You are taken back to the bright gate, and you know the sky better than anyone. You know the stars and how they rest there on high. It's enough for you to know that this is 1 year hence. And the bright gate is fracturing open. And there upon a terrifying mount with leathery bat-like wings, there sits a wraith-like creature. A crescent moon crown atop its head. And hovering high above the gate, you see another figure, a figure you've not seen since the Sanctum of Sight. A figure that is more absence than man. Stars are his eyes, the wind is his hands. The Omen Lord, there, wearing a cloak that ripples with power. I would say is an absence of a humanoid shape. "Praise upon your desires," he says. "Ambitions. Do you seek power, prophecy, revenge? These all will serve the purpose of the hunger." And for a moment your mirror sees past this person's guise. You don't recognize who is behind that mask of stars. But you see a flowing mane of black hair, laced through with electric white. In 1 year, this is not a vision. In 1 year, this is your world. And that is where we're going to end this chapter of Knights of the Apocalypse. Wow. We're gonna do a really quick wrap up. We've gone way later than usual, so we're gonna do a quick turnaround. At some point, we may even discuss the this campaign and do a bit of a breakdown. Maybe I think that would be nice. But as per usual, at the end of every session, I ask the players their thoughts as we conclude. And we'll begin with Matt. Your thoughts
You say
at the
me.
end of the session.
Yeah, to get the downer out of the way first, right? Oh man, I'm
Not a downer, it's character growth, man.
yeah, I know, and that's absolutely right. Like, I genuinely don't think that I would have wrapped him up in the way that I did if it hadn't gone so badly for him. But I think, like, yeah, he's seen that as a absolutely no, I'm not good enough, not good enough, and it's almost going to drive him mad. It feels like a dark path to tread, which he was already on a bit of a dark path anyway, being into necromancy, but like he was always on the lighter side of that, but he's been forced the other way by this. But yeah, like I just think like it's very frustrating. It's very frustrating class to play. It's like if you had a class called a Beastmaster, but under every single spell description that you had, it said doesn't work on beasts, doesn't work on beasts. It's just really annoying. And I get that casters can do some pretty impressive things, so that's why you have so many roadblocks in. Like, you have to actually hit, and then you have the spell resistance, and then they have a save, as opposed to a melee person who just has armor class. That's it. You know, but when you're so limited as to you've only got 2 spells that actually work in the first place, that then becomes just too many roadblocks. It's just impossible. You're useless.
Combined with the fact that you consistently were rolling.
Yeah, it was the roll.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
rolled
the thing.
just
You become
terribly. It was insane.
You can't. It's taken out of your hands. In some cases, you can get creative. If this isn't working, I'll try this, or I'll try this. When you've only got 2 spells that work, you can't try something different. You have to just keep banging your head against that wall, and you are absolutely at the whim of the dice. And that's kind of the problem. The problem, I mean, I sort of have a bit of an issue with the Roll20 roller. That I think that its randomizer doesn't allow for you to get 3 decent rolls in a row very consistently to get past those roadblocks, and it's just very frustrating, which is annoying because like the actual combat itself is just my cup of tea, with bits of the arena falling away.
Yeah,
I love combat that has dynamic kind of scenery and stuff going on other than just attacking and dice rolls. Like, it's so interesting, and I really enjoyed it was very dynamic, it was a lot of fun, there was a lot of character. But for me, just because of the limitations of my character against undead, it was super frustrating. But like you say, it's driven the character a certain way, which is interesting. So, but no, like I really enjoyed the fight. I love the character, I love the story, and I thoroughly enjoyed how dynamic it was. It was just very frustrating as far as dice rolls.
I was going to say, because I mean, the Ansel was getting through the spell resistance, so like I feel like, you know, it wasn't.
Yeah. No, it's not that.
Do you know what I mean?
I could get through the spell resistance, but then it's the spell resistance, and then I've also got a hit, and then he's also got a save. So it's all 3 of those things. One of them's gonna stop me, and like you say, it's because it's only 2 spells. I've got nothing else I can try. So I think that the boss was a challenge. I don't think that he was in any way like too hard. I think he was too hard for me because I was so limited as to what I actually had in my arsenal, which is on my side, and that was frustrating. But again, like you say, it's driven the character now to go and get better.
I do wonder slightly if you got overly focused on the I can't do anything, and just.
I mean, I genuinely had nothing else I could do. All my spells would heal him.
Well, you've got summons and things, though.
Yeah, but summons, he in the past had turned them against us, and Yeah, he had like turning and stuff in the previous
have
fight,
turning,
so I
yeah.
didn't want to summon too much because I figured then it meant that we would have more against us. Well, I mean, I dealt with the stuff that he brought into the fight pretty well. That was kind of handy. You know, and they were easily wiped out. Awesome stuff. But yeah, like genuinely, I was thinking like maybe I might focus in a bit too much on that, but like that's why I was sitting there looking at my spell list, going anything, come on, throw me a bone. I had two,
It started
just
bad.
didn't
I
hit.
think the fight started badly, and it took a while for you to get into the momentum. I think once you were on him, then it was over, pretty much.
You guys smashed him in the face, and it was awesome. You did a really good job against him, and yeah, it was good. I think it was useful as far as getting rid of stuff. So,
Mike, final thoughts at the end of the session, and any thoughts about the campaign overall as we conclude?
Yeah, I mean, no particular order. I mean, coming out of the pocket dimension,
Sick.
Yeah,
that was.
That's
I
a real,
came out.
That's a real spell, by the way, a hunger domain spell known as Bite of the King.
I loved it. It sounded really, it again appealed to me. So I loved it. Sounded really Lovecraftian.
Hunger
Would you
domain
like
is a
to know-
real thing. It's a thing from one of the books. So yeah.
When I came out of that area, have a guess how much health I had left.
Oh, I'm going to say 8.
Was it single figures?
It was single digits.
Oh,
Yeah, I said 8. Go on.
4.
6.
Rob actually was spot on. It was dead on 8.
Oh, wow.
So when you
Rob was
were-
keeping track of it. He keeps track
I
of
know
all of our
exactly how
HP.
much health you... As if I'm that good at maths. You know I'm fucking awful at that. Oh my god.
like, if he had hit with that and drained my blood, that I would have been dead.
Nah.
But-
Oh, well, I'm glad, because I was like, man, I don't feel like I touched the sides against some of you. Like, I don't know. It just felt like more that I was hampering you rather than hurting you. But
Weirdly, the acid
I had 9
kept chipping away.
points left for a lot of that. Yeah, the acid. I was really hoping I could have got out of it quicker than I did.
That to me, I feel was a mistake. Was the acid fog? I think
It
that
was
did not do
it
you any
got rid of all of
favours.
his summons. It got rid of all of his summons in like one go.
Bar 2 wolves.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, the
Sorry,
two
no, I
wolves last
interrupt
ages,
you,
sorry.
Mike. Sorry. So,
Sorry.
So-
yes.
like, yeah, 'cause I thoroughly enjoyed my little shadow stake maneuver and some really
Yeah, that's
punchy bits.
That was sick.
Yeah.
But yeah, really great. Enjoyed it. Struggled, but well, you know, as a melee character would. I think yes, Silastas kind of coming to terms with himself that this whole Arvenath path, the stepping away from his backdoor assassinations and moving towards, I suppose, natural injustice. So, like, Ectus is very much in his sights.
Yeah.
And things like I think there's something very for and against the Guile. That entity stands as like scales really in front of him. He can see him both as an enemy and an ally in some respects, having been that way. So
Definitely.
there, as he said earlier, there's a new lease of respect for those around him and the world he's in, and a new animosity to those who would upend it. But I thoroughly enjoyed the campaign overall. Well, this chapter of it. And I think like Silastas' journey went from just here to make a quick buck to maybe I'm not an assassin at all, I should just become a barbarian, to nope. He just kept getting angry. To where we are now.
Yeah, definitely lots of scope for Silastar, I can see. Yeah, for sure. Exciting
And he's
times.
made friends. And he's accepted the
Made
fact
friends.
that having friends is okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's not a comment on your
Yeah.
inability
It's
to
not
stay focused on you.
Exactly.
He's like, okay, fine.
And incredible. And then let's just last but not least, Dom. Final thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, just in terms of the fight, I thought it was a really cleverly put together sequence, like the constantly changing map that we had to take into account, the fact that the every round there was the tension of is it just gonna fall away from underneath me? Like, as much as I spent the time fucking falling, I enjoyed it. Like, it's not and the bats that are just such a nuisance, they force you to take notice of them. Like, if you ignore them, they're gonna get you eventually, and you'll lose a round.
Yeah.
Or 3 rounds in my case. I think it was in a row that I just rolled appallingly. And then
The pain of nausea.
Yeah, man, nausea. So annoying. But no, it's good. It's all part of it, isn't it? Like, I do it to the enemies enough, like, of just breaking them down so they can't do anything. It's fair play that it's sort of turned around on me. And like it felt like a classic strangers fight took to the extreme. Like, are sort of really struggling to begin with and getting separated and ending up in one-on-ones that aren't a good matchup, and then eventually managing to sort of coalesce. Ansel, I enjoyed managing to actually curse Daryk. I didn't expect that to work.
Mm-hmm.
And then the kill I really enjoyed. I was really hoping I was going to get that kill, because I'm sure everyone had had a really...
You probably walloped him at the end, though. There was no escaping it. You took him well over, and I was like, wow. And you described it as him going straight for the head, and I was like, well, there you are. And I'm really glad that you didn't. He wasn't a walkover. That was my fear, because we've obviously built to 45 sessions to facing Daryk Redhaven, so he had to be strong. I had him pretty much set up for what he was going to be like from when you first faced him, because I wanted you to face him as he was, and then for you to then come back much later on in the campaign to then face him again, him pretty much unchanged, other than the fact that I'd done some more work on his spells and his kit. But yeah, I'm glad he wasn't a walkover, and you're absolutely right. It was a quintessential strangers fight, and I liked that you really struggled at the start, but then you came back and then beat the shit out of it at the end, which was, you got your own back against him finally, which felt just. It's just a shame that Obsidian wasn't able to get the same amount of licks in as you two. But,
do you know what? I think that's the thing, man. Is that I wanted just a little bit of a slap in his face.
I know. I really wanted you
to
to
have one of them.
I need to slap him.
I didn't even want to kill him blow or anything. I was like, just one of my spells, just land a bit of damage. Come on.
No, mate.
But I broke his thing.
I am genuinely gutted, because I hate
you
being disappointed.
I broke his thing, and no, I'm not disappointed. No. You're misunderstanding me, Robin. Misunderstanding me. I'm not disappointed with the campaign. I'm a little bit jaded with class. I think that I'd made a bit of an error in judgment as to the class, or maybe I could have chosen the extra spells slightly better. I searched to try and find better ones against undead. But no, I wasn't disappointed with the fight. The fight was dynamic and wicked, and like I say, exactly right up my alley as far as. But I just was frustrated. I couldn't land it. Roll 20 screwed me.
Well, going forward, we won't talk too much about what comes next, because we have another game coming up, which Matt's taking, as we've discussed, is going to be taking some time out for a little bit. But in the place of the Knights of the Apocalypse, we are going to be enjoying a return from Mike as DM. So I think we maybe should introduce that in its own thing. I think I'd rather not take anything away from the start of yours, Mike, by addressing it here. But I am really excited for us to do that. Going forward, I mean, next time Obsidian, there will be less undead. So
You've killed the
it will
undead
be-
now.
It will, exactly.
Yeah.
So that's that. So yeah, although as you can see, the Knight of Shadow does look quite wraith-like as a warning. But other than that,
That's a year away.
that's a year away,
Hey.
exactly.
You know. Well, that's also dependent on whether we stick with the same characters for the entirety
Exactly.
of the run,
Exactly.
or bring in a sort of guest, like Mike did. We've been saying that it might be nice to bring in sort of background characters for a
Agreed.
bit, so that if they
Agreed.
come in full time because we die, so I
That's
might
exactly
come in
right.
with my my other character as well. So
The next, I will say this straight out, the next one will start with you as different characters, and that's exactly the reason why. It's so that you then have we then have a stable of characters that can be part of the Strangers going forward. So there's Runic. We need basically you.
Well, Runic went up
and
north.
Well, yeah, but like, you know what I mean. Someone who has an excuse to join them without it being like, why are they randomly hanging out with this guy now? You know. So we kind of can bring in more characters. So we'll start the next one, whenever that will be, with new characters. But anyway, we'll talk about the campaign as a whole another time. Just want to take this opportunity to say, for those of you who have enjoyed Knights of the Apocalypse from the start, with this the first chapter of this epic ongoing story that we intend to tell, thank you ever so much for joining us. Even if you dipped in and out, completely understandable. 45 sessions, that's a lot of hours on YouTube. But really appreciate those that have ever interacted.
thanks for even trying. If
Yeah.
if you've given it a go.
Those of you that have joined us on Twitch live as well, we haven't been able to do the last ones live. We didn't want to risk the technology, even though we've got new technology. Wanted to make sure that the setup was right before jumping back onto Twitch, and we didn't want to risk it with the last session. So going forward, we'll be back to streaming. But yeah, big thank you to those who have ever enjoyed it. And thanks ever so much for sticking with us. The Strangers will return. And keep your eyes peeled for the next campaign, which Mike's going to run, and it's going to be literally epic level. Thanks ever so much for watching. And as we always say, burn them rolls.
Them rolls.
And them rolls.
Thanks for watching, guys.